And ahoy once again, my friends, how are we going? And welcome back to another Call of Cthulhu Friday. Now, I have no idea why the Discord text wants to be all the way up there today. Let me fix that. There we go. But how are you going? I completely screwed up the intro as well. I am your friend, streamer, occasional lover, Sabaton Liam, coming at you once again for another Call of Cthulhu Friday. There we go. We got it all in one. Woohoo! How are we going? We have Dead Insight in the chat. A big ahoy to you, my friend. I hope you're going quite well. Now, let's get into the chat with our... Unfortunately, there's only going to be me and two other people today because people are sick, which is a bit unfortunate. But we shall persevere with a brand new campaign, and it will be amazing. Let us jump in.
I've got anthropology.
Ooh, what are you doing? Hello.
Oh, Liam is back. Okay. Welcome everyone to Call of Cthulhu, a new campaign, the final revelation of Gla'aki. This is episode 1, Amidst the Ancient Trees.
Ooh.
3 players tonight. We have Liam, we have Thomasaurus, and we have M1. Will they survive? We'll find out. It is summer of 1925. Streets of Bennington, Vermont are buzzing with news and gossip about a gunfight last night on the edge of the forest. There is talk of police cars, sirens, shotgun blasts, and escaped kidnappers. The locals are saying that 3 gangsters were killed and 2 police officers were shot. Some say wounded, others say dead. Posters are going up across town saying that the sheriff is organizing a manhunt to find Lucas Strong's missing daughter and catch the escaped gangsters. Everyone in town is invited to the meeting at the police station. Rumor has it that Mr. Strong, the richest man in town and head of the water board, is offering a $5,000 reward for the safe return of his daughter and is willing to pay anyone who can aid in her rescue.
Wait, $5,000 back then, how much is that today?
That is a shitload of money. He really wants... You get the impression that he's desperate for anyone to help bring his supposedly missing daughter back. It's currently 10 a.m. and you're all seated in the briefing room at the local police station. So introduce yourselves and tell the stream what brings you to Bennington, Vermont, and what has made you answer this particular call to duty.
I see, the name's Selleck. Tom Selleck. Okay.
Selleck PI.
Tom Selleck.
Very original.
Here to answer the call for the daughter, and the $5,000 reward money isn't something Scuff had either, so... Yeah, here for that. See, and I don't know why I just went gangster right there.
Definitely not an amount of money to sneeze at.
No.
Tom, introduce your character, please.
My name is Ernest von Schaff. Von Schaff is a very old family. See, old money. And I consider myself a big game hunter and a philanthropist. Going to savage lands and slaying their deadliest beasts. And I am here to fulfill an old family favor. The reward money doesn't really concern me much. It's really small change, but...
You're here to help the deadliest animal of all, man.
And yes! And finally, M1, why are you here?
Good day there. I'm Roland Gunnar S. Thompson, and I'm an investigative journalist from the Daily Fugle. We travel all across the world trying to find spooky is going on, but we're on to something.
You fought so hard not to say spooky skeletons, didn't you?
Daily Fugle, send me here.
So here you are, reporting on this true crime as it happens. The police chief steps into the briefing room. He lights a cigar, puts it in his mouth, and he takes a seat. He looks over the people assembled and then slams his fist down on the desk. And he says, "All right, So here's where we stand. Sidney Harris and his gang have kidnapped Jane Strong, daughter of Lucas Strong. Harris has demanded a ransom of $10,000 for Jane's return, and a handover was arranged for last night at the edge of town. All seemed to be going smoothly until Harris and his men got twitchy and lead started flying. Chaos ensued with both of our sides shooting it out. Well, he shot 2 of my own. He and one other member of his gang got away with the ransom money. He fled back into the forest where we believe they're holding Jane. Mr. Lucas Strong of the Bennington Water Board is here and is putting up a $5,000 reward for anyone who is willing to take on this manhunt. With this, Lucas Strong steps forward and he says, yes, $5,000. I'm also offering, out of my own pocket, $25 per day to anyone who joins the hunt. I would consider it a great kindness if Harris's dead body was brought back. Man or woman, black or white, I don't care.
Hold on, question about that.
Puerto Rican. Puerto Rican.
Sorry?
Question about that. $25 a day. Is that would we get it all up front, or just as each day passed, would we get $25?
You ask him this, and he says, I'm willing to pay up $25 at the end of the manhunt, regardless whether my daughter has brought back. I'm offering this out of my pocket as a personal offering to help you guys to demonstrate how serious I am about putting this posse together.
Anything's right by me as long as I get paid.
Okay, well, don't worry about the finer details of payment. Such trifling amounts need not concern the old friendship between the Strongs and the Von Schaffs.
Sorry, that is amazing.
Both the police chief and Mr. Strong. The police chief takes a puff from his cigarette and he says, okay then. Well, meet at the edge of town at noon, and I'll divide you all up into groups and we'll begin the manhunt. He looks at his...
Sorry. Kitty's just said you need Papa payment up front.
He looks at his wristwatch and then he says, by my account, you got about 2 hours to pick up anything you need from the hardware store, do any research you think will be useful. You meet myself and Mr. Strong here at the edge of town at noon sharp. Claps his hands, stands up and leaves the briefing room, Mr. Strong following behind him. Now have 2 hours to conduct any business in town that you would like to attend to before beginning the manhunt.
Alright, so it's a 1920s hardware store. What type of stuff would you find in there?
Well, Bennington is a small frontier town, and it only has one shop of note. The Arthur J. Spencer's Hardware and Gun Store on Main Street. Generally supposed to sell all the day-to-day necessities for a small town like this, in addition to hunting supplies, some various handy tools and guns and ammunition. There's also a local newspaper office that might have some information about the area that you're going to be combing through for the manhunt. And the rest of the town is quite small. There's nothing such as a large library or school or anything like that.
I'd like to go to the hardware store and get stocked up a little bit.
Ernest von Schaff would like to request a private meeting over scotch and cigars with Mr. Strong.
Very well. And what would our intrepid journalist like to do?
Ooh, I'm here. Ooh, I would not mind to go investigate, do some investigative measures.
Very well, so you'll be going to the newspaper office in that case.
I believe I'll be going to the newspaper office to go investigate some investigative things. Can I buy a gun on the way?
Yes, you can accompany Tom Selleck to the hardware store.
Yay, friends!
Tom Selleck and Gunnar S. Thompson, when you leave the police station, you bid a temporary farewell to Ernest von Schaff and make your way to Spencer's Hardware and Gun Store. It's a small wooden building, something that wouldn't look out of place in an old western main street. Clearly, this town hasn't seen a long time. As you enter, a small bell rings, and then a sort of overweight, mustachioed, balding man smiles at you from behind the counter. He tips his hat at you.
Well, that's not like me.
He tips his hat at you, and he says, out-of-towners. Must be joining that posse the police chief and Mr. Strong is setting up.
Got that right. Name's Selleck. Tom Selleck, and we're just here for a couple supplies.
He gestures around with his arms, and he says, well, I don't carry much, but what I carry is the best selection you'll find in this town. So what specifically are you looking for?
I think we're gonna be needing some rope, a fire starter, and you got a gun for my friend Thompson here?
He says, yeah, of course, a rope, fire starter, all easy stuff. I do carry some firearms and ammunition. A lot of hunters come through here to hunt in the woods. None of them venture too far into the forest because they claim there's no game to be found there, but they generally bring back a lot of good cuts of meat and carcasses and things like that. I trade with them. Occasionally, some of them leave their hunt return. Reaches under the counter and he pulls out a .38 revolver along with a small box of ammunition. Says,
oh, good. Something I could use on myself.
Not quite yet.
Not quite yet. He says, well, that'll be about 25. He goes, that'll be about $25 all up.
You got the money, Mr. Thompson?
The rope and the fire starter will be $5. The gun is $20.
Oh, $5 for both. Nice.
So, would you like to haggle him down? Sure, go ahead. Roll a D100, please, and see if it's under your persuade rating.
Oh yeah.
So you lean over the counter and you say, look, I don't carry a lot of cash on me, but we're working on a big scoop here, and Old Man Strong's paying us $25 a day. So you drop the price a little bit, and I'll be more than happy to come along and sweeten the deal later. Shopkeeper scratches his head and he says, all right, I'll give it to you for 10.
Sounds like a fantastic deal. I'll buy some.
Take $10 out of your wallet. Hand it over. He takes it and then he pushes the gun and the ammunition towards you. He smiles and he says, anything else I can do for your boys?
Yeah, you got any, multi-tools that we could use? We, never know what, bibbly-bobbly-boo.
He says...
I'm sorry, my friend had a frontal lobotomy.
He says, tools. Yeah, oh. He reaches under the counter and he slides what looks like a pocket knife. He says, got this newfangled utility knife here. It's got a penknife, it's got a magnifying glass, corkscrew, little screwdriver. Many of the hunters that come through here have said it's been very handy out there in the woods. So it's, they're hard to come by, so I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask for $5.
So, that would be $10 all up, wouldn't it?
$10 for everything. Fire starter, rope and tool.
I think that seems like a mighty fine deal.
He tips his hat to you and he says, well, good luck, and I sure do hope you find that poor missing girl.
Alright.
Now, to, the newspaper office, where Gunnar S. Thompson has decided to conduct some investigatory research. Now, Gunnar, being from the big city, this isn't much of a newspaper office to you. Once again, it's a small wooden house that's been repurposed into a makeshift newsroom. There's a sign that's just been nailed to the wall and a couple of stacks of newspapers on the porch outside. Do you knock on the door?
I knock on the door 4 times.
Hear a voice saying, "Coming, coming, hold your horses."
Wait, are we all together with Ernest again?
No, you're going to the spot. You're heading off. You've done your
Okay, yeah.
news, unless you'd like to accompany Gunnar to the newspaper office.
He's allowed to accompany me.
I'm not allowed, okay.
Yeah, he's not allowed. Okay. So you hear the sound of a door being unlatched, and then the door opens. You see an elderly-looking man wearing a faded news cap. He sighs when he sees you, notices the camera around your neck, and he says, "Let me guess, you are from one of those fancy big city papers."
I'm from the Daily Fugle.
He says, "Yeah, I've heard of that. Don't get much of it."
Have you really?
He says, "Of course, but don't have much of a readership down here, of course. We're but a small town, and our humble Bennington bugle serves the town's populace just fine." He beckons for you to enter. Leads you into what would appear to be the house's lounge room, where a desk has been pushed up against one of the walls. He grabs a cup of coffee off the desk, sits down on a green plush couch and takes a sip, and then he says, "So, what can I do you for, sonny boy?"
Well, you see, we're about to go on this magnificent journey, and before I go anywhere, I need to find out what sort of creepy, ghouly goings on have happened around this area. Anything to do with that giant forest where our friend was taken. I need to know everything. Anything you tell us.
Looks up at you and he says, "I've been writing about that forest going back at least 50 years now. Got all me old notes in the archives down the hallway there." He reaches into his shirt and pulls out a key which he wears around his neck. He takes it off and hands it to you. He says, "You're welcome to have a look through, but please don't take anything with you. Only got one copy of it." Do you head to the archive room?
Most certainly do.
Bid him, you say thank you, and then you head down the hallway to the archive room. In this case, the archive room happens to just be a spare bedroom that he's filled with bookshelves and filing cabinets. You use the key to unlock the door and enter. Please perform a library use roll. Yes, okay, that is a success, I believe. Your library use is above 32.
It most certainly is.
You rifle through some of the filing cabinets and you soon find a collected series of notes about the forest. All of the old man's notes are arranged by subject. You take them out and flip through it. They go back several decades, as he said. There are a couple of things of note, mainly that around the time of the Civil War, the forest was known to be a hot spot for smugglers and Civil War deserters who would desert through this forest on their way to asylum in Canada. The forest gained a reputation for harboring all sorts of undesirables during this period. Also, in the recent times, in fact, very recently, in the last few months, a section of the forest bordering lake was selected for the development of a new reservoir for the town by Lucas Strong's water company. However, when geologists came to survey the land, they discovered traces of an unidentifiable precious metal. As such, Lucas Strong commissioned a team of geologists to come down to the area and remove all traces of this precious metal so as to avoid any possible contamination into the proposed reservoir, and that the dig site has been underway for approximately a couple of weeks now. And that appears to be everything of note within the old newspaper records.
Let us run. Back to the group.
You tip your hat to the old man. He waves at you as you leave his house. We cross to Ernest. Ernest, you wait outside of the police station until you see Lucas Strong emerge wearing his black suit and top hat. He exits the police station, bids goodbye to a couple of police officers, and then begins to make his way to a white Rolls Royce parked a little way down the street.
I approach him with my hand outstretched.
He looks at you, looks at your hand but doesn't take it, but then see his eyes glimmer in recognition, and he says, saw you in the briefing back there. You're part of the posse to find my dear Jane. Is that correct?
Yes, considered her an old favor from an old family friend.
He says, he studies your face. He says, you do look familiar. By any chance, you would not be related to William von Schaff?
Yes, that's my second cousin. I am Ernest von Schaff. At your service.
Smiles and his eyes perk up and he says, pleasure to meet you, Ernest. He holds out his hand.
I take it warmly and I shake it.
He shrugs and then he says, so, is there anything I can do to help you?
Oh, yes. Considering stopping over at your some tea, so we can discuss some of the finer details. Perhaps point me in the direction of some rapscallions to rough up.
He says, indeed. I was just about to drive home, start preparing the lunch, and then make contact with several of the big city newspapers. You're welcome to join me. You can have a cup of tea or coffee, and we'll go over some of the salient details. He gestures towards his car.
Yes. I was beginning to wonder whether there was a vacant position in that fine vehicle you have. Right.
Says, yeah. Indeed. For the cousin of an old-time friend, of course there is. And if to demonstrate his point, he opens the back door for you.
I step into the car.
Step into the car. He then he shuts the door behind you, climbs into the driver's seat, and turns on the engine. A short 5-minute drive later, you are parking outside of his house, a stately, new Gothic-style manor house. He opens the door to let you out, and then escorts you to a tea area underneath a gazebo in the manor grounds. Once there, yep.
I'll hand off to one of the servants a long, thin leather briefcase that's sort of like about as tall, it's about as wide as a person.
A butler stands at attendance and he takes your briefcase. He nods and then he says, shall I take this up to the guest room, Mr. Strong? Strong looks at you and he says, are you in need of accommodation during your stay in Bennington?
Oh, I would be honored to be a guest in such a prestigious family in these parts.
He nods at the butler and says, take Mr. von Schaff's belongings up to the spare room, if you please. The butler nods and walks off. You are then escorted to a small gazebo. You both take a seat at a small white table inside, and a few seconds later, another servant, this time a homely-looking woman, appears carrying a teapot. She pours a mug of tea for both of you, and then...
Wait, should Tom have more tea? We know what happened last time.
We'll see if his tea turns him evil again. He then nods at both of you, turns and takes her leave. Lucas takes a sip of his tea, and then he says, so, is there anything in particular you'd like to know about this situation?
I lean back and I produce from my coat like a paper parcel, and I open it, and I produce from it 2 cigars, and I hand him one.
Takes the cigar and he looks at it and he says, Vanna
got
Maid,
this
I
payment in
presume.
Peru.
Does
One of the local villages was being harassed by a particularly large feline. They called it
nods. He nods and he says, I heard from your cousin William that you were quite the hunter.
Yes, do consider that. I was more comfortable with the hound than in the classroom, you could say.
He nods and then he lights the cigar and takes a puff. He says, well, skills may very well be useful, Ernest. You see, the gang that have kidnapped my daughter, well, to put it lightly, they're the type of ne'er-do-wells that the local police are not equipped to deal with. Says they carry fire. They're not afraid to use them, and they already gunned down 2 of the sheriff's finest last night.
Well, you can be assured that if they try anything with me, they'll see how tender the kisses of Matilda can be.
He smiles and nods, and he says, of course, that gun may come in handy if the local folklore and superstitious rumors about the forest happen to be true.
Continue. I light up the cigar at this point and offer to light up his with a match.
He says, well, of course, they've been flying around for as long as I've been here. Any rumors that the forest is the site of an old Indian burial ground, that there's an ancient buried evil there under the earth and haunted by the ghosts of the Civil War soldiers. It's tosh like that. I don't believe any of it, of course. I've been here for decades and I've never once seen a peep of anything out of the ordinary.
Can I, be it that I'm a traveled and learned man, check against my anthropology for perhaps something similar that I've heard in my travel?
You can. You may make an anthropology check.
That would be a failure. I won't worry about pushing it or anything.
There are many such myths, particularly amongst the Native Americans. Indeed, they're popular worldwide. Stories of haunted forests and ancient evils are particularly common, but perhaps something that's a bit unheard of in this part of civilized America.
Okay. I'm like,
Anything?
I say to him, well, perhaps it's something to listen to somewhat. I have found in my travels that listening to some of the superstition of the locals can yield practical benefit. You know, rivers that are poisonous being mentioned in tales. These signs there's arsenic in the water and stuff like that.
He takes a sip from his tea and thoughtfully looks at you and he says, well, far be it from me to discount them entirely. The hunters who venture into the forest do occasionally say that things out of the ordinary appear. Strange visions and dreams and the like.
Any creatures or beasts?
There's nothing in the way of monsters or strange creatures, though if there is anything of that ilk out there, I do believe a master hunter such as yourself will not be troubled.
I sort of look visibly deflated after he said that there's nothing out there. I'll be that as it may. What social circles was your young daughter running in at the time of her disappearance?
He says, well, she mainly associated with friends of the family and other high-class individuals, daughters of other industrialists such as myself and their children. I do not believe that any of her any of her so-called friends had anything to do with her disappearance.
Now, Master. Now, Master Strong. We're family friends here. And
Okay, persuade.
nothing you say will leave this room. Okay, persuade. I'm not actually good at that. Where is it?
Make a charm check then, please.
Okay. Let's go. That is a hardball.
He says, well, look, I don't want this getting around, okay? But, see, for her disappearance, she had taken to engaging in gatherings with Sidney Harris and his gang, against my better judgment and wishes. It was her, indeed, who told Harris and his gang that I had sent a team of geologists to survey the area next to the lake for precious metals. Technically, it was true, but in his mind, precious metals must have translated to gold, and he and his gang took Jane, hoping to arrange a deal that I would provide them with some of the gold and some of my funds in exchange for her safe return.
And okay, be that as it may. I think that is enough discussion. This matter. Will the servant see me to my quarters?
He says, yes, I do believe it is almost noon, and you're due to meet the sheriff.
Yes, actually, that's true. Well, upon my return, as a favor to a friend of the family, can you see that bottle of warm malt be brought to my room? The 12-year-old and Scottish kind.
Nods. He says, I'll have them attend to that immediately. Also, I will have one of the servants bring down your hunting tools, your firearm and ammunition, and then they shall drive you to the edge of town. He drains the rest of his tea, finishes his cigar, and bids you farewell.
I bid him farewell and I rise and leave.
You leave. Yep, you rise and leave. Long later, by noon, the various groups of volunteers who comprise the posse have gathered in the small market square at the edge of town. Sheriff addresses everyone present. Says, okay, look, we're gonna split up into groups. We're gonna assign a patch of forest to each of the groups. Now, if you do find the kidnappers, do not engage. They are armed and incredibly dangerous. However, if you do not think that you can get to the police in time, you may attempt to capture them, bring them in for justice. Do not shoot to kill unless it is in self-defense. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
This is you there at the camera.
Can we shoot ourselves in self-defense?
Says, I suppose if you are thinking of ransom money or throwing in your lot with the kidnappers, then that may very well be the best course of action.
Thank you.
Alright, I've got one. Say if they're running away and shooting them in the leg is the only chance of catching up with them. Are we allowed to do that?
He says if you must shoot to disable, then you have the permission of the Bennington Police Department.
Ah, fantastic.
I do raise my hand and go,
Shoot warning shots into their back.
I raise my hand and I go, accidents can happen when firing even to wound. 7th bleed out time is a minute and a half. Will there be any repercussions if such accidents would happen?
Police chief shakes his head and he says, we'd like to avoid such accidents, but if they happen and you believe the accident was unavoidable, If it overall results in our work being done, the criminals no longer being a threat, and Mr. Strong's daughter being returned safely, then I suppose we could bend some rules.
I
Then,
nod gratefully, and then I return.
then nods.
Shining my helmet.
Then, your pith helmet. He then nods and begins to divide up all the volunteers into groups. The three of you are assigned to one group, along with a man with a particularly scruffy beard brandishing a shotgun, who simply introduces himself as Smith.
John Smith.
Introduces himself simply as Smith and does not offer to shake anyone's hands.
Oh, sorry, continue.
Any attempt to engage him in conversation ceases to be effective. He towards the tree line with determination written on his face.
Look like a man of action there, buddy.
He simply looks at you and then turns back, begins walking ahead of the group, and says, "There be scum to put down, and I'm gonna put him down."
At this point, I'll lean down, produce a small key out of my pocket, undo the padlock on my briefcase, and unclip it, and pull out a .357 rifle that looks like big as a person.
Yeah, this gun is as long as you are.
Fetch me musket.
And it's got engraved in the side of it, Matilda. I'll start cleaning it and checking the sights, and
You notice Johnson and the police chief looking at you, and then Johnson loudly scoffs and says, "Boomstick right here is all you need, son."
Well, Matilda and I have a long history together, so I hope you won't mind her tagging you along for the ride.
Once you are done cleaning your gun, the police chief escorts you to the place where you will begin your search. For your group, this is the scene of the shootout from the previous night. The site is a newly formed clearing about 100 yards across on the edge of the forest, forming part of a wider area that has been marked for logging. A dirt track from the main road heads over to a small field to the edge of the clearing. It is littered with short tree stumps and a couple piles of fallen tree trunks, surrounded by tall, looming trees that stand close together. Scattered all over the site is evidence of the events of the previous night. Discarded shotgun shells and bullet casings, bullet holes in the trees and stumps, and a couple of heavy bloodstains where the police officers were gunned down. The area is otherwise still and ominously quiet. The police chief takes a deep breath and he says, "Right, so you're starting here and you're taking the northeast path through the woods. If you can pick up trail and follow it to their hideout." He tips his hat and he says, "Good luck," and then proceeds back down the dirt trail to attend to the other groups. You wish to do?
I'll begin immediately scouting around the ground looking for tracks to pick up.
Hey, I would like you... Yes, he's got it ready. He's got his big... He's got it with his...
Sorry, Dave,
Okay.
you're kind of ducking in and out with the microphone.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I was just saying Tom's got his big magnifying glass.
A big cartoon one.
Yeah. So Tom, I'd like you... I'd like Tom to perform a tracking check, please, and I'd like Liam and M1 to perform spot hidden rolls.
I was actually about to ask, so can I use a
that would be a hard pass.
It's a hard pass, yep.
That is a fail for me. Am I able to push that?
Yeah, it's just spend a little bit more time looking around. M1, what's your spot hidden?
Oh, that is a
Mine
critical
is a
pass.
Definite fail. Don't worry. I got 0 on that.
Alright,
That is
Alright.
a critical pass for me.
cool pass. Okay, so you and Gunner look around the immediate area and examine some of the spent shell casings and some of the bullet holes, and then in the grass next to one of the trees at the very edge of the clearing, you see what appears to be a small, sharp piece of silver, just over a centimeter long, lying on the ground.
Why don't we go over here?
Pick it up and look at it. It appears to be some sort of, maybe the tip of a spine, like an animal.
Detective mode enabled.
I don't suppose using science would do anything because I haven't really got any.
You can check. You can do a science check if you wish.
Science, people. Science.
Science be praised. I'm just trying to expend all the abilities I have. See if it does anything.
You can do a science check if you wish.
Ooh, wow, that's a pass.
Look at it, and it appears to be made out of a particularly sharp and tough metal, but it has the shape of the tip of an animal's spine or needle. Without a bigger sample, though, you're unable to determine anything else about it.
Alright, want to go over to Ernest going, "Hi, Hunter guy. Look, I just found this over here. Some sort of weird animal bone, but it's not a bone."
Ernest, would you like to examine the strange silver?
I pull sort of out of my pocket a sort of looks like sort of a pair of calipers, and I use it to grab it, and then I hold it up to the magnifying glass. I'll try to anthropology again to see if anything's mentioned in local law or anything of any of the myriad of places I've been. That is a failure again.
Without...
Actually, can I push this one?
Yes, but you'll conduct a more lengthy investigation of the object.
And that one is a pass.
Ooh.
So based on this
Okay.
small prick of silver, barely more than a centimeter long, you remember some local myths about demons that would attempt to abduct people in the night and who would infect them through the use of silver needles. These myths, although not common to this area, sometimes emerge in North America, though they mainly appear to emerge in areas that are known for large lakes or bodies of water. Yes, M1, you may attempt an occult check, please.
I'm assuming his microphone's not working.
Probably. Is that a pass or a fail, M1? Yeah, unfortunately, M1, this tiny piece of metal doesn't give away much. It could be anything, but just the same, you take a photo of it with your camera, just in case it turns out to be useful later.
Can we enhance the image and say enhance? if you
No.
want?
Yeah, enhance the image and
Unfortunately-
just bring it closer to your eye.
Yeah, that's about it.
I retrieve out of my case like a small medicine jar.
And you
That's
place it in,
that's full of formaldehyde, and I drop it in there.
Yeah.
just in case.
So what do you think we got there, Ernest?
Well, in tribes, in sort of the native North Americans, and through to the sort of the North of the South Americans as well, there's stories of tribes that mainly inhabited around bodies of water. About usually a demon, a spirit, depending on what the local sort of basis of religion was, whether they were forest spirits or spirits of ancestors who who killed kin. They would use these spikes to infect people with. The reports are a bit more iffy on that, but it is assumed to be a bad.
So what you're saying is we don't want to get on the business side of this, whatever, shut up this.
Well, I mean, local superstition, be it what it is, does display a certain savage intelligence. And though the intelligence is still savage, it is still intelligence, and one would be a fool to ignore it.
Oh, I'll have to agree with you there, buddy. Oh wow, sorry, I just went really Canadian.
Ernest, thanks to your successful track check earlier, at the edge of the clearing, you see evidence of two men running into the forest. Presumably the kidnappers after last night's scuffle.
I drop down to my hands and knees and get the magnifying glass out, and I just follow the tracks into the forest. I'm like, this way, two males.
You guys follow him?
Proceeded this way at a rather quick pace.
Alright, I think we're going to chest in a hand now. I pull out my gun and lower myself to Ernest's level and follow.
Yep, you begin to follow the tracks. M1, you go along and you take photos of the footprints every couple of steps.
Click, found one. Click,
just
click. Ooh, a bug. Click.
Just chronicling everything in the investigation.
Ooh,
For the first,
Turns out you've got the camera around the wrong way and you're just taking photos of your face.
of yourself. For the first few hours of trekking through the forest, all you manage to see is the occasional glimpse of deer and other animals running between the thickets. After about 2 hours, you don't seem to progress. All three of you make listen checks, please.
I'm listening.
That is bitter failure.
Bitter failure, that's fine.
Oh, wow.
That's a critical failure.
That's a hard pass on me.
Right, so the only one who passes is Liam. You hear the sound of wood breaking and twigs crunching underfoot up ahead. So now you, Liam, conduct a spot hidden check. Tom and M1, you do hard spot hidden checks, which means you have to get under half of your spot hidden.
Holy shit. That's a 1.
It's in your skills. Very right.
I think so. I've got 20 as natural, isn't it? It's normal.
Yes.
That's probably the only one. I got to take a photo of this to prove it. This is the only one I'm only going to do.
Oh, God.
And he passed. Yeah. All right, so everyone passed except for Tom.
Wait,
Right.
What does the critical pass mean? Because as
I
I said,
got
taking a
off.
photo of it.
Oh, he's just to he had to because he didn't pass a listen check. He just had a harder spot hidden check to see what you know is ahead because you heard it. Oh, yeah, that was a very critical. Right. So up ahead, Liam, you and M1, you both see two human figures, couple of meters ahead, inside a thicket. They seem to be moving in your direction, both of them brandishing rifles.
Alright, do we know if they're just heading directly in a straight line towards us or sort of spreading out?
They seem to be heading pretty much straight for you.
Alright,
Though they have no indication that they know. They're giving off no indication that they know you're there.
Alright, do any of us have stealth?
I haven't seen him yet.
Yeah,
Oh.
you haven't seen them yet. Would you like to silently bring the awareness of their presence around to Ernest?
I think it'd be a very smart idea. Are they aware? Am I aware that they know our presence?
You've seen them too. You see them coming towards you.
Okay, so I can't just throw a rock and deviate there.
You guys haven't actually told me they're there yet.
Wait. So they know we're here as well.
They may or may not. They're not giving any indication.
Oh,
They're
okay.
just moving through the woods in your direction.
All right. So I just go back to Ernest. Ernest, there's 2 people coming with rifles heading right
thank
towards
you.
us.
I unsling my rifle off my shoulder and I go to a nearby tree and sort of kneel behind it and look at them through my scope.
All right. Who here has stealth? Because I've got a plan.
I have some stealth, but that's what I'm doing at the moment.
Okay, because my plan was because I bought some rope. We could set up a trap and throw a rock and distract one of them, and I can use my high roll and brawling to knock out the other one.
Tom, make a stealth check, please.
I think we'll all just make a stealth check.
That is a pass.
You unsling your rifle and creep towards a nearby tree, and meanwhile, M1, you attempt to get out of the way at the very least, so that Ernest can take a good look at them. However, your movement through the undergrowth creates a lot of noise. The 2 figures stop. Each of the 2 of you, M1 and Liam, has the lowest luck.
Oh, smart.
Oh, we're all shit out of luck.
Mine's 50.
50, and what's yours, M1?
60.
All right, Liam, make a luck check, please.
God damn it, M1.
Also lucky.
Oh my god, 49.
Oh, just passed. Figures stop. You see one of them raise his rifle, and then bang! They fire in your direction. You quickly duck, and you hear the bullet whiz over your head.
I would like to return fire.
Right, make a
from the cover of the
firearms.
tree.
Make a firearms check, please.
That is a crits 4 times under or 5 times under.
5 times under for critical. Half
So
under for hard.
that's just a hard success.
All right, I would like you to please roll damage and double the damage you inflicted.
All right. Well, I'll wait
Is
till
that
something.
it? Is that a Tom? I'm gonna.
2 points of damage.
You raise your gun, take aim, and then fire. You hear a thunk in the distance as one of the figures drops like a rag doll. Other figures,
a hole probably the size of a watermelon in the middle of him.
yeah.
All right.
You.
Yeah, I was just saying I'd like to fashion my rope into a lasso.
You can do that. You see the other figure stop in his tracks and drop his rifle, raising his hands in the air. Then a very high-pitched voice, that of a woman or child, shouts, "Don't shoot! For God's sake, don't shoot!"
Oh dear.
I train. I clear the cartridge and I train the sight on the figure.
All right.
You train
Since they've he is doing that and that they've dropped the weapon, yeah.
Yep. The remaining figure has dropped the weapon and called out, "Don't shoot."
Yep. Pop out of the bush with my 38 locked onto them, going. Well, you shot at us first. What's going on here?
Step forward and you see the terrified face of a young boy, perhaps no older than 14.
Oh.
Lying beside him is the bloodied, nearly headless corpse of presumably his father.
Oh my god.
Fancy,
man,
fancy.
Make a send check,
I know
please.
a song that will get on your nerves, get on your nerves, get on your nerves, and it
Okay, make it
goes like this.
send check. That is, come on, please. That is a 30. Woo! So that's a pass.
It's unfortunate, but surely there's a manhunt going on in this area. The kid wipes tears out of his eyes and he says, "Why'd you have to shoot my dad? He didn't mean to do anything to you. We thought you was game."
So I just have to reply.
Oh no, the headhunters.
Oh god. I just
No.
call back. Alright guys, come out. I think we done a bit of a mistake here.
As you emerge from your hiding
Yep.
spots, Ernest and Gunnar, please make send checks.
Oh, I should be used to this because
That
you
is
know,
a
that's
pass.
what I do in journalism.
And you
21.
both pass. It's
Yeah.
an unfortunate accident. But, they should have known what they were getting into.
I'd like
Kid.
to apologise for the bullet. Not so much the pulling of the trigger, but the bullet we apologise for.
I just look at the kid.
Kid,
What are you doing out here, kid? Don't you know there's been a violent kidnapping and violence out here?
Now
Kid.
violent murder.
you see the kid's lip tremble as he begins to hold back tears, and he says, my dad and my uncle and me and my cousin came here from Boston to learn how to hunt. We didn't hear anything about no manhunt. We've been out in the woods for 3 days now. Says, we were just on our way out of the forest. We was gonna go home, but then we heard movement and you killed my dad.
I step back. Ernest, I'm gonna let you deal with this one.
I step forward. I pull a wad of like cash. I just give him $50.
Please make a credit ratings check.
Kill his fucking dad and you give him $50.
That's a hard pass.
You reach into your pocket and pull out a wad of $100 bills and hand them to him. He takes it, but he looks at you with confusion and just says, "How am I gonna go back home? My uncle and my cousin are missing."
Perhaps you should join us.
Do you know
Your
where
daddy-
Okay.
they went and how long they've been gone for?
Says, "I don't know. They went out to hunt. The day before yesterday, and they never came back. Daddy said they probably went home on their own, and we were making our way out because, well, tell you the truth, I was scared."
Yeah, what are you scared of there, son?
Not as scared as we were when we shot your dad right in there.
We're trying to console him and get information. Don't. Just don't.
Shoot. Questions first, shoot later.
Yes.
Good rule.
Would you like to try to coax some information out of this kid? Yeah, do a persuasion check, M1.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Gonna do a charm check.
Okay, what do you say to the kid?
Just kneel down on his level and for shits and giggles.
No, you can't do that. You're the one that shot his head off.
No, I didn't shoot his head off.
He's
Why
the
should-
one that's said you were the murderer.
No, I never said that.
As far as the kid's concerned, all three of you are murderers.
I'm an innocent bystander.
God bloody damn it. Is this episode 1 all over again?
I pushed the 38 special in my pocket even further down my pocket.
Yeah, just in case. Right, what do you say, Liam?
Alright, I'll kneel down to him and pull out a little candy bar because I'm a PI. I stake out all the time, so of course I'm gonna have some candy, and I'm gonna have to turn down that music. Oh my god, M1,
make-
stop!
I turned to the reporter who's trying to hide his theory. He said, "Don't worry. If it comes to an investigation, you're in no danger of being mistaken for the shooter."
It's true.
Because your gun shoots one of those, and he points to like a little 38 bullet. Mine shoots one of these.
And he shows
Oh
you a
my
giant
God.
cartridge. Liam, make a hard charm check, please.
What's my charm? What's my charm? So I have to do this manually because the hard and critical numbers aren't appearing. So I have to maths.
Maths. Yeah, hard is just under half your charm.
Oh, cool. Well, that's 19. So yes.
That's a hard pass. You hand him a candy bar to calm him down. He stops sniffling for a moment and he says, ever since my dad and my uncle and my cousin and me came to this forest, we've been having bad dreams every night, like we was drowning in the lake. And so we decided to get out of here. He says, I don't know where my uncle is, but my uncle Brian, he brought a big old Texan hat and his rifle with him, and he knows how to make his way around. So I hope he's okay.
What type of dreams you been having there, son?
Says nightmares every night of being trapped underwater and drowning. Then he then wipes tears out of his eyes and he says, so if there's a manhunt, then the police must be in these woods too, right?
That is correct, son.
Hey Dale, do I recall as to whether those dreams of drowning pop up in those legends about the silver?
Make an intelligence check, please.
Nope. I almost accidentally posted a picture of the bullet.
Here's your intelligence check.
Here's the only intelligence I need.
Boom.
Big bullet.
That is a failure. Can I push it?
Yeah, all right.
Oh, that is a pass.
Nice.
So you don't recall hearing anything about specifically dreams of drowning in the myths, but considering they have a connection to bodies of water, it may be relevant.
Not mentioned now.
The kid leans down next to his dead father, and then he says, well, guess I'll wait here for someone else to come along, and maybe they can take me out of the forest and bring me to my uncle and cousin.
How far is your farm from here, kid?
He says, we came all the way from Boston.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
Superstar.
He just kneels down and starts looking at his father's dead body. M1, do you want to take a photo of him for posterity?
This lad is on injury, but yeah, sure.
Got to chronicle everything after all. Another victim of this cursed forest that you're reporting on.
Yes, victim of the cursed forest. we'll put that as the cause of death, cursed forest.
Yes.
No witnesses.
We're not going to mention we just bribed our way out of this, you know that, right? The fucking lollipop of all things. Lollipop.
You gave him a shitload of money, which...
Yeah,
now,
Tom gave him $50, I gave him a candy bar.
Yeah, Tom, do a luck check, please.
That is a hard pass.
Okay, he's not going to mention who shot his father when the police arrive.
Alright,
Wonderful.
I want to just,
I just have a quick thing to say in relation to the other thing before the check. After he mentions the thing about the candy bar in the notes, so I'm like, that is how we know the child is no great loss to society. If he was an intelligent child, he would have realized exactly how many candy bars $50 could afford him.
I just still leaning down. I whereabouts was the dead shot?
Right in the head. He has no head anymore.
Oh, he has no head. Okay, kneel down, and I have nothing else I can cover, so I take off my hat and kind of put it where the neck is to cover the gore.
Neck is.
So the little kid doesn't have to deal with it.
take your hat off. Yep.
There'll be gore scattered around the trees for about 20 meters behind him.
Yeah, but at least he's not going to see the headless neck. You take your hat off and you just place it down where the father's head would be. And then the three of you silently make your way further into the forest. Ernest, make a tracking check, please.
Oh, this has started off well, hasn't it?
Can I push that?
Yes, you can push it.
Oh my
That's
god,
a
yes.
Critical pass.
That's a pass. Yep.
Critical.
Okay.
Critical pass.
Yeah, critical pass. You continue walking through the forest and you soon relocate the scattered tracks of the kidnappers and you continue to follow them for a few more hours. Eventually you notice above the tree canopy that the sun is beginning to set, meaning you've already been out here for nearly a day. You know from your travels that it is advisable to find a place to camp for the night before pressing on.
It's advisable, okay, so, okay.
It is best to camp down for the evening first. I trust you've bought copper accommodations, and at this I pull out like 3 like wooden pieces of dowel with canvas between them that I sort of set up into like a makeshift like camper tent.
Everyone back in the pile?
So
Alright,
M1, so did either M1 or Liam bring along any sort of bedroll or tent?
didn't even think about getting that at the hardware store.
In fact, I got nothing on my pre-gen.
Yeah,
So I thought I was going around slapping people.
Yeah, so you're just gonna have to like take your jackets off and use them to soften the floor a bit and
I'm fine with that.
Warm.
find a nice clearing to bed down in. Finding a clearing in which to set up camp is relatively easy this far into the forest.
Whereas
You
I've
can-
got like a mosquito net and
Yeah, he's got a full safari tent ready.
Yeah.
You could probably bunk inside it with him. It's probably
if
big
I
enough
was
to
to
fit.
let
So you can pretty much set up camp anywhere, but do keep in mind that there are supposedly armed and dangerous kidnappers at large in this forest.
See, I think
Starting
I
a
think
fire would
a
be-
night under the stars is a good way to learn the lesson of preparedness.
So starting a fire wouldn't be the best
It doesn't
idea.
You can if you want. You can start a fire if you wish. The forest is very large. That's why it's taking multiple groups to search it. The kidnappers could be long gone from this point.
Actually,
you do-
before I do that, I would like to set up a little makeshift rope trap. You know, the ones where you step in it and it pulls them up the tree.
Perform a mechanical repair check, please.
Oh, do I have that in my skills? No, I don't. What?
Either that or survival. You can do survival if you have that.
I don't have survival either.
Okay, you could do whichever one is highest if you like.
What do I base them on if I don't have them?
Just the percentage that it says next to it.
That is a 47. And
Is that a pass?
mechanical repairs 10%.
And survival is
Where's my survival gone? 10%.
10%. Okay, M1 and Ernest, as you were preparing to bed down for the night, you noticed basically with a length of rope attempting to set up a makeshift trap campsite, but he's not doing very well. Would you like to assist him?
Sure.
You have survival?
Yeah, pass.
Oh, that's a pass.
Wow.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, so Gunnar S. Thompson, you've been out in the field a couple of times. You've picked up a couple of old hunting techniques. So you head over and assist Tom Selleck with the trap, and you set up a makeshift snare trap that...
When do we start smearing shit all over each other?
Oh my god.
Yeah, to hide. As long as no smearing shit all over each other. That's not necessary.
Bag
As
of
long no bags of dicks either. As long as someone isn't looking closely, they should be caught in the trap.
Alright.
So are you all going to bed down, or are you going to set up a watch?
I think we should set up a watch. What do you think, Ono? Should we have a little fire to keep ourselves warm tonight?
That dead body and that
Yeah.
dead person we killed. Do you have a
Yeah.
rifle on him that we could kind of use in the meantime?
We're not
They're
gonna.
good, but-
We're not gonna
You-
loot his
Yeah.
body.
It's gonna take hours to get back, and looting his have
Oh, I
not
thought we
gone over
grabbed it.
well.
In Call of Cthulhu, looting is a crime.
The kid would probably imagine how it would look for you. The police come along and the kid says, "These guys came out of the forest, shot my dad, and then took his stuff."
By accident, they fell in my backpack.
You could try that. You'd probably get arrested.
Of fast talking.
You can now, Liam. You can set up a fire for the night. It is ever finds that armed.
Sorry, can you repeat that? You broke up.
You can set up a fire, but it is ever present in your mind that there are armed kidnappers.
Wait, armed kidnappers, right?
Yeah, the armed
Yes.
kidnappers.
An idea. If they are kidnappers and they want kids. we
Oh
can
my
kill them
god!
for free.
Well, they want
Just
one.
as bait.
They've got one specific kid that they want to get a
Oh,
ransom from.
No.
Well, the old bait and switch tactic.
God
Okay.
damn it.
Bad idea.
I mean, if you did want to try that to lure the kidnappers out, you could do it. But remember, at the end of this, you still have to answer to the police.
Accidents.
Accident doesn't cover everything.
Alright, I'm not gonna set up a fire, but I will take first watch.
All right. So, you are the two of you fine with him taking first watch?
I'm fine. I'll take second.
Okay.
And in the meantime, I'll take the spent shell casing out of my pocket, and I pull out a bottle of Sam Thompson Pure Rye whiskey, and I use the spent shell casing as a shot glass.
It's
I'll be back
fucking
in a second.
big
I
enough.
just need to get a drink.
It's certainly big enough. You use your spent shell casing as a makeshift shot glass and give yourself a nightcap before you settle into your luxurious safari tent complete with mosquito net and leave the poor journalist to sleep on the dirt outside. He gives you a guilty look as you zip up the front of the tent.
It is said that to drink from the shell of a bullet that has killed a man is brings great honor to a warrior.
Okay, you and M1 then settle down, and after a few minutes, exhaustion
I'm
takes
back.
over, and you fall asleep.
Alright, what happened?
M1, Tom turned his spent shell casing into a shot glass because it's that big, and then they went to sleep.
Alright.
M1 and Tom, please make power rolls. How?
Arrows?
How? Look in your attributes. at the
That
top
is
of
a
the-
success.
Success.
Power. Oh.
That's fail from M1, I think, but it's okay. It won't hurt you. Tom, you have an uninterrupted sleep under the stars, while M1 you find your sleep haunted by nightmares, and you have a dream where you stand on the shore of a stagnant lake. Black, stinking water lies before you, while the pale moon above reflects off of its oily surface. An unhealthy yellow glow shines through the wooded tree line surrounding the lake. You can feel a presence behind you, blocking your retreat. You've stood there for hours, and now you know the time is finally at hand. Strange lights pulse from beneath the water. Tendrils rise slowly from the surface, writhing and twisting in the cold air. At their ends, eyelids open and blink, revealing inhuman eyes that look into your soul. An array of metallic spikes begins to thrust upwards as something huge rises to greet the night. Like polished metal, the spines glisten in the moonlight. They writhe and flex. You feel a sickening stab as something sharp plunges into your chest. And then you wake, screaming. Make a sanity check, please.
Jesus Christ.
That's a pass. You wake up, screaming. It was a terrible nightmare. Reminds you of some of the things you've reported on, but it was just a dream. You then awaken. You decide to take the second watch since you're awake.
Oh, well, I was going to arise to do the second watch, but
Right.
Take it.
M1, you're already awake. Would you like to take the second watch, or would you like to awaken Ernest and try to get some more sleep?
I'll take some more sleep then if someone wants to take over.
Right, Ernest, you were after.
The choice is yours.
After several hours of uninterrupted sleep, you are awoken by the journalist, looking weary and ragged as if he's had a restless night so far. Tells you it's time for second watch.
That is fine. I take with me a candle, a large leather-bound book, and a fountain pen.
Okay, Liam. Ernest appears and informs you that it's second watch and that you should get some sleep. You take the tent that he vacated, or do you try to get some sleep on the floor?
There'll be a small golden padlock on it.
Oh, very well. You can't take the tent. Liam, do you give up your watch and try to get some sleep?
Yeah, I probably should. I just warn Ernest about the makeshift trap I've got set up.
Very crafty of you.
Oh, thank you. I thought it would be the best kind of thing for this type of night.
All right. I'm going to select for my watch very specifically position, perhaps even up a tree, that gives me good lines of fire and sight.
Very well. I would like you to make a survival check to determine which spot would be the best.
Can I push it?
Yes, you can.
That is a pass.
Ooh, nice.
You determine a large tree not far from your tent provides the best vantage point over this clearing, and so you make your way up it, perched in the branches, your gun beside you, you begin to read your book.
Right in my book, actually. It is
right
my
in
journal.
your book. Your journal, yes, your field journal.
Today, I
Tom
killed some
Sullick.
kid's father.
Today I killed some kid's father, and my journalist friend wanted to loot him and had to be sternly told not to. And
Well, I make it sound a bit more dignified than that. I told
Yes.
him how an unknown figure fired upon us, and as I dived into the brush.
I defended the party.
Yes.
A hail of fire.
Is this
So-
for your memoirs?
Yes. Tom Sullick, you retreat to the fire, which is still burning, and you place your leather jacket on the ground to serve
Wait,
as
I decided,
make.
I decided not to start the fire.
Oh, okay, yep. So you lie down next to the journalist who's trying to fall back asleep, and you lay your leather jacket on the floor to serve as a makeshift blanket. And after a few minutes of discomfort, the exhaustion takes over, and you fall asleep. Please make a power check.
What is my power? Oh my god, that is 50 on the dot. Whew.
So that's an exact pass. Sleep ends up being restful, and you are untroubled by strange dreams. Around midnight, Ernest, you are on watch. You have just finished writing up your entry in your journal. Make a listen check, please.
Give me a sec. Control V. Enter. Fail.
Fail. Yeah. As you you don't hear anything out of the usual for your watch. And as you're about to retire from your watch, a few hours later, you hear what sounds like gunfire somewhere off in the forest, at least a couple of miles away. A small staccato of rifle shots. Bang, bang, bang. And then after the third... Yep.
I pull a handbell out of my pocket and begin ringing it to wake up the party.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, M1 and Liam, you are awoken by Ernest's handbell, which is ringing. As soon as you awake, the first thing you hear is somewhere off in the far distance, obviously quite a distance away from where you are camped, the ringing of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. After a few more shots, there is silence.
I said, arise my contracts. The hunt begins anew.
Alright, is there time to disassemble the trap? Because I really think the rope's going to come in handy.
Well, you're all awake now. You've been woken up. It's like the crack of dawn. And, yep, you can continue your search if you wish.
Yeah, I want to disassemble the trap.
Any thoughts as to what the gunfire you heard might be?
I have some theories, but I'll need to keep them to myself for now.
Of course you are. Of course. God damn it.
Well, there's several groups that are combing the woods. It's possible that someone else has encountered the kidnappers already and engaged in a gunfight with them. Also, it occurs to you in the back of your mind that it is possible that the gunfire was the result of an accidental encounter, such as the one you had yesterday afternoon. You spend about an hour dismantling the trap, making a small breakfast, and then packing up your camping supplies. And then you continue your investigation through the forest.
My breakfast is British sausages and egg. And English breakfast tea.
Meanwhile, the other two of you have, like, dried biscuits and a slice of cheese for breakfast. Because that's what you... I was just about to say a quote, but I forgot I was going to make a ref. Not in the mood for cheese! Yeah. Ernest, make a track check, please.
That is a pass.
This is the second day of the investigation, and you have now entered the heart of the forest. Strangely, you see fewer signs of animals this far in, and the sounds of wildlife are far less pronounced. All three of you, please make spot hidden rolls.
It's quiet. Too quiet.
Yes, not a good sign on a hunt.
That is just a normal pass.
That is a failure for me.
Yep, oh well, was Liam passed at the very least, only one of you needed to pass. Liam, after the group has continued through the forest for a couple of hours, just before noon, you notice something underfoot. You notice that the foliage has been disturbed with broken twigs and branches that imply someone or something that was running through here haphazardly very recently. Would you like to...
So I was just about to say, can I see any footprints to see if, like, they were animal, man, mineral?
There do not appear to be any footprints, just crushed dirt and crushed twigs and undergrowth suggesting someone ran through here. This does branch off from the trajectory you're already heading, which is presumably the trail of the kidnappers, but it might be worth checking out. It does detour away from your intended path, but not far enough that you can't double back later.
What do you think,
I
Hunter?
clean and load Matilda.
What do you think, Hunter? Should we go towards the guns or follow this trail?
Well, the thing about gunfire is it only gives us a static image of where they were in a specific point in time. They may well have moved since then. So I think perhaps it would be prudent to follow this second set of tracks that is at least concrete.
Yes, these new tracks do appear to be more recent. Okay, so you decide to follow them. Any objections, M1?
None.
Right, off we go.
No use, it's no use finding the site of a battle when you are looking for the army.
Yes. It's also around this time that it occurs to you that the fourth member of your group, Mr. Smith,
Oh yeah, that guy.
broken away quite at some point during yesterday. And just now it occurs to you that he's missing.
Hey, where'd that big brute Smith go?
Seems he has vacated. Perhaps he could not tolerate our company.
Well, you did shoot someone. A half-mile down the trail, you see a discarded hunting knife in the undergrowth. You pick it up.
And I inspect it.
It is old, rusty, and covered in what appears to be sticky, semi-dried blood.
Can I perform?
Been used recently.
Can I perform a science check on that to see like what type of blood it is?
You could perform a medicine or first aid check if you like.
That's gross. I don't have it, but I'll try. Pretty much, what do you use science checks for?
You did use one to look at the silver spike earlier, but there'll be use for one later. Don't worry.
Oh, that is an 8. My God.
To pass. Yeah. You look at Ernest hands you the knife. It does appear to be human blood. It looks to be a couple of hours old, perhaps from early in the morning, maybe not too long after midnight. You continue to follow these recent tracks.
Alright, I pass the knife back to Ernest. Pocket this, we never know what use we'll have for it.
Yes, and M1 photographs it as it is a piece of evidence.
Of course.
Nice.
Continue down the trail, keeping your eyes out for anything suspicious, and don't have to travel long. About barely 20 meters away from where you found the knife, you see somebody lying in the undergrowth, a man, motionless, his torso and side covered in blood. He stares blankly at you with unseeing eyes. Make a sand check, please.
That is a pass.
That is... Oh, 17, that's a pass.
And we'll see if... Oh, I think that's a fail from M1.
Oh, no.
M1, you lose 1d3 san.
I go down and I check for wounds.
Please do a medicine or first aid check if you have either.
That is a 26. Is all right, comes under the first aid, so it's a pass on first aid.
That'll do it. You see a large wound on the man's side and another one on his chest. They appear to be stab wounds of some. Tom examining the body.
Do they match the width of the hunting knife? I can check this by slide.
Yeah, I'll just continue the description and then I'll tell you what you find there. Yeah, there are 2 large stab wounds, one on his side and one on his chest. He appears to have bandaged them, but he did a quite clumsy job, and it seems that he died from bleeding out. You get the impression based on the tracks and the state of his body and the fact that he is barefoot, that he was attempting to escape something that attacked him in the night, but perished from his wounds. You compare the hunting knife to the wounds, and yes, the width does match. And now that you are here, make an archaeology or anthropology check, please.
I have both of those.
Oh, fantastic.
Whichever one. So archaeology is the more appropriate one in that case.
Anthropology is better, but I'll roll archaeology. That's fine. That is a fail. Can I push that?
Yes, but you risk breaking the.
Yep.
You take the knife and you examine it in detail. Unfortunately, as you attempt to scrape some of the rust off, you snap the blade and lose it.
That is unfortunate.
However, based on the handle alone, you do discern something of interest. It's dated. It's dated. 1866.
Quite the antique then.
This would put it firmly Civil War era weapon.
Ace, we need you.
I put it in my pouch.
And one snaps a photo, of course.
Alright, can I have a look around the body to see if there's anything of notice?
Do a spot hidden check, please.
No, that is a fail.
Would you like to push it? It would just means you'll spend longer in this place and lose some of the day.
Yeah, I'll push it. That is a pass.
So you examine the surrounding area. You all sort of fan out and just examine the surrounds for a couple of hours until early to mid-noon. And first you check the body. The body doesn't appear to have any identification. Indeed, the overalls he's wearing, they look like they were maybe used as pajamas or something like that. He's definitely not dressed for running through the woods, and his bare foot doesn't have boots on or any other survival gear. However, you notice that his clothing is flecked with paint.
Paint.
Interesting.
Doesn't appear to be anything else in the vicinity other than the tracks which lead back in the direction the man came.
How old does the paint look? Like, is it fully dried?
Yeah, it's fully dried. It looks like you know, this is like months and months worth of paint. Like something who regularly paints would have this amount of paint on their clothing, indicating that he's some sort of painter or artist, maybe.
What color is the paint, or is it a mixed mash of paint?
Mixed colors, all sorts of colors and shades. You then, is there anything? I would now like you to perform, just Liam, a hard spot hidden check, please.
Jeez, come on. That is a 50. That is a no. Come on. Does a 30 count?
Or what's your... Yeah, that'll count.
Excellent.
Lean over the body once again and you just double check everything, and somehow you get the idea in your head to pull away his shirt and look at his chest wound. You undo the bandage and look inside, and you see a tiny sliver of silver buried in the wound.
Oh, yeah, I would like... go. Ernest, can I borrow those little forceps things you got there?
Calipers, yes.
Yeah, take them and delve into his body and extract the little silver thing.
You take the calipers and make a dex check, please.
looks at... Oh my god, just 70. Thank fuck, I thought that was a fail.
You grab the silver thing with your calipers and you extract it out of the wound. Your eyes grow wide. It appears to be a object to that other piece of silver you found, except this one is very slightly longer.
Yeah, so I would like, Ernest, can you get over here for a sec? I found another one of them silver things. Can you get the other one out? This one seems a bit different.
I pull the jar of formaldehyde out of my suitcase.
One, do you take a photo of this new discovery?
I do.
Okay, what I would like you to do, M1, is just for something later, I would like you to do a photography check, please.
Wait, you can do that?
Yeah, he's got an arts crafts photography skill.
Oh, okay.
And he got a critical success on that.
Oh, wow, nice.
Yeah, you snap a picture. This will come in handy later. You can compare your findings and you have perfect photographs.
Well done. Not just with one magnifying glass, but with 3.
Yes. Of course, the photos will need to be developed, but this will come in handy later, trust me.
In all actuality, it's just me using my Kodak disposal camera and then the wine.
Witchcraft!
Which had $17.22 to get the Flash model.
You take like several hours getting the perfect angle in the sunlight 'cause you don't have a flash. Okay, Tom, do an archaeology or natural world check, please.
Fail. Can I push?
Fail.
Fail.
Yeah, you can push. It takes longer.
Now that is a pass.
Oh, nice.
So you take the spine and you take a look at it. It's longer than the other one, and you can't glean much more from it than the other one. However, as there's more of it, you can discern the shape, and it doesn't appear man-made. You can't see any obvious marks of craftsmanship anywhere.
Like it's grown?
Perhaps.
Huh.
I drop it in the formaldehyde.
It's late afternoon by the time you're done examining this area, and you continue to press on.
Following the tracks?
You return to the main tracks and you continue to follow them as that's your only lead. And as the sun rises high in the sky and you see the first glimmers of sunset, you stumble across something interesting, a set of tire tracks that cut through the forest floor. Yeah, that's M1's character. That's what the name refers to. Yeah. Anything you guys wish to do with these tire tracks?
Follow them.
No, is there anything around the tire tracks? Because I'm assuming we just stumbled upon them, like the car was...
and they appear to be crisscrossing the tracks you're following, as if they've cut through the forest floor. You could follow them, but you don't know which way they were going, which way they were coming from. You may attempt a navigate check if you like.
Does anyone have navigate?
I do not, unfortunately.
One, do you have navigate?
That's what Sherpas are for.
Yes.
Alright, so did we just discover tracks like going...
Tire tracks cutting through the undergrowth.
Yep.
One, do you have navigate on your sheet?
Yeah, I do have 30.
Oh, nice.
Oh, would you like to attempt a navigate check? so we can determine which way the.
Oh, okay. I know. Get up to the tree.
Yeah. So there's no obvious. Would you like to push it? Keep in mind that pushing it and failing will probably mean that you get the group lost.
Yeah.
All right, let's push it.
Oh god.
He shot himself in the head last game, Kitty.
Alright, so are you rolling again?
Rolling again. Would you like to roll it? Would you like to roll it again, M1? Because that's what
Oh,
pushing
so I
it
can roll
is.
again.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'll-
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what pushing it is.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay.
god damn.
Would you like to spend 40 luck?
Oof.
And that would reduce me down to 20 luck. Oh,
Yes, but it will make you pass the check.
oh, so that when you use your luck,
Yeah, it goes away, but you can use it to pass a check.
Yep.
does it regenerate?
Yeah, you get some of it back if you survive.
Oh, yeah, cool. Let's do it.
Oh.
Let me use my 40
Right.
luck.
God damn.
Right. You spend a few minutes looking at the tracks, and you determine that they are heading north to the area north of Bennington. You've got a general idea of the geography of this area, and you know that there's nothing up north but more trees and the Bennington Lake.
A lake, you say?
Yes.
On a road trip.
You may recall that in the briefing with the police chief that the lake was apparently marked as a site for the new reservoir that Lucas Strong was digging, and that he sent a group of geologists there to remove all possible contaminants from the area. Would you...
I'd like to do a spot hidden on the lake to see if there's like.
Well, you're not at the lake.
Oh, we're
but
not
would you
at the
like
lake,
to
okay.
follow? No, you've just determined that that's where the tire tracks are probably going to.
Oh,
Would you
okay,
like to
okay.
follow the? Yeah. Would you guys like to follow the tire tracks?
What do you think, Ernest?
Yes.
That's a vote
Well-
of yes from Ernest, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
M1.
All right, we'll follow the tire tracks.
All right. Determining that they are heading to the north, you begin to go that way as well, ignoring the well, the kidnappers' tracks have basically dispersed by this point, leaving the tire tracks as the main lead you have. So you begin to follow it north. All three of you make listen checks, please.
That is a 20. That's. Oh, is that a pass or a hard pass? What's one listen at? Listen.
No, that'd be 100.
Okay,
That's a hard pass.
That is
that's
a critical failure for me.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Okay.
that's a pass. Sorry, pass.
So M1 and Liam, as you make your way up the tracks, walk for about an hour. The sky is red in the sunset, and then you hear the distant sound of an engine further down the road.
Advancing? Or going further away?
Or just idle.
It seems to be coming towards you.
Oh.
Everyone, duck.
Get out of the way, or you're
We
gonna
should
wait.
dodge.
Could be the
We'll dodge.
kidnappers.
Leave.
Could be the kidnappers. Could just be somebody passing through.
All
Alright, can I do
Wanna
a
double
quick spot hidden to see if there's anything that I can put in the middle of the road?
Yes.
That
That's like
is.
a bunch of
Oh,
Highlandmen.
46, that's a
Ready to
pass,
rob
yes.
someone.
Yeah. I think that's what he wants to do, M1. You
Yeah.
see,
Am I being made aware of this?
are you making, yes, they're making Ernest aware of the engine. You look around and you notice a couple of felled trees lying beside the tracks. It would take a small effort to drag one into the middle of the road.
Alright, Ernest, help me
Yeah.
out here quickly. Let's get these
I was
Passes.
gonna say no. Get the one with the camera to help you. It's best if I find myself a good firing position to utilize this.
I need to take pictures. History.
Oh god damn.
All right,
all right.
I'll give you assistance, and then I'll go uphill.
Yep, but
Yeah.
don't fire unless absolutely necessary.
If I am fired upon, I will fire.
Okay.
This is the law of the
Right.
jungle.
Liam, make a strength check with advantage, please.
Okay, that is a 44.
Use your hormonal
And,
powers.
Oh, okay, awesome, 28. That's a what's my strength? Oh, that's a hard pass.
Adrenaline kicks in as you and Ernest lift the tree trunk and get over into the middle of the trail. All the while, Gunnar S. Thompson stands there, smugly taking photos.
Do I have time to climb a tree?
Make-
over the roadblock.
Make a hard survival check, please, Tom.
That'll be a
Oh
nope.
no!
You do not have time.
All right, I'll just go place myself behind a tree, so intercede.
Yeah,
Basically, interceding the tree between myself and the roadblock.
yeah, we just hide.
Right, you're gonna
Hey,
hide.
Tom, do you want to light that tree on fire?
Yeah, hide and observe.
And I
I'm
will
using
train
the
my
rifle.
I will train my rifle on the roadblock.
Yep.
Okay, so the three of you disperse into the bushes, and you just wait. The sound of the engine gets louder. And
38 special.
Wait, hold on a sec. Ernest, you still got that empty case in there?
Sorry.
Have you still got that empty gun case there?
Yes.
Well, not gun case, bullet case.
It's basically my pack that's got everything in it.
Well, just in case, we might need to use that empty bullet case as a little distraction tool.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, okay.
No.
Yeah, an M1, you grab your gun and just have it ready just in case. The engine gets closer and closer, and then you see, at the edge of your vision, a battered blue pickup truck just making its way down the trail. Eventually it arrives at the fallen tree that you've placed in the trail, and it stops. Driver doesn't get out, however. He just sits there staring at it as the truck idles. You notice in the back of the truck there is a large array of tools and other appliances, the type of which you might find at a dig site.
Can we see if there's anyone else in the car, or is it too dark?
No, it just appears to be one man.
Does he appear to have a wound on his chest?
Make a hard spot hidden, please.
I do have a scope.
Okay, make a normal spot hidden.
It's failure anyway.
You take a look at his chest, however, he appears to be wearing an unusually thick trench coat, which obscures his chest from view.
Okay.
Perhaps an attempt to hide it, who knows?
I think we should flank him.
I will. Well, I've got a clear line of fire on him now, don't I?
Yes, you do.
I said, well, I'll stay here and keep watch. You can
Alright,
go flank if you wish.
alright, well, Gunnar, you go one side of the car, I'll go the other side.
Alright.
See,
Okay. M1 and Liam, please make stealth checks, both of you.
You're gonna see my ass crack, I betcha.
Oh, I don't have stealth, but that's a 15. I know that's a pass anyway.
It's a pass. We'll see.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's probably gonna, he might fail with. Might
Let
fail
me have the
like.
high ground.
Let's see.
Wow.
Ooh,
failed
would
that
you like-
a boss?
Would you like to push it? Which is mean you roll it again, but if you fail again, the consequences will be worse.
Well, let's push it.
All right.
Ooh. Oof, Jesus Christ.
Oh. All
God
right.
damn.
So as the two of you begin to make your way out of the bushes to flank the car, M1's camera he accidentally presses the button on his camera and it goes off. The driver hears the whirring noise. He slowly turns his head and looks out the window at the two of you coming out of the bushes. And then he opens his mouth and he says, "This is a work site. You have to leave."
We're here on official business from the sheriff and... Crap, what's the guy's name again?
Mr. Strong.
We're here on official work business from the sheriff and Mr. Strong. So we've got jurisdiction over here now.
He says, "Yes, the work site belongs to Mr. Strong, but I have to ask you to leave."
Alright, can I do a charm check?
You can attempt.
Oh my fucking god, that's a 5.
And what do you say to him?
How's it going? I understand in normal circumstances we would leave, but we're hard pressed for time. We do need to find his daughter.
He looks at you and his face void of emotion. He simply says, "So, what? My car for fugitives?"
Alright, can you repeat that? Sorry, you broke up.
He looks at you, his face void of emotion, and he says, "So, what? You want to check my vehicle for fugitives?"
Oh, well, if you got something to hide, we'll check, but at the moment we're just checking everyone we come across. There's been a few kidnappers spotted, and there's us and a couple groups out roaming the forest. We're just doing the best we can.
He looks at you, his eyes blank, and he says, "Feel free." And then he reaches over to the back seat and pulls up the lock so you can have a look inside.
Is this guy just really complacent?
Sorry?
Is this guy just really complacent?
Might be really yeah, you've noticed he's emotionally cold. And you look in the back seat of the car and look at the stuff that's in the trailer in the back, and don't see any fugitives or dead bodies or anything else suspicious. There's just a lot of digging equipment, and in the back seat you notice 2 small wooden crates, the letters TNT stamped on them.
So he's just got TNT, okay.
E for Tackleberry Thin.
Yes, it's his favorite cigarettes. He looks at you and he says, "Will that be all today?"
I believe that will be.
No, I don't know. I'm just
do you have any gun?
just trying to think.
Do you have any gun?
You haven't seen any, seen or heard anything, have you, recently? We've, recently come across, some, weird things going on and some gunshots.
He says, "I'm afraid not. We have been working very hard."
So, it's just you at the dig site at the moment?
He says, "We have a whole crew up there. We are hard at work around the clock."
Well, if you're hard at work, where are you going?
He says, "I am going back to town to secure more supplies."
I think he's talking a lot of shit, guys.
I do. Just let me check on my character sheet.
May attempt a psychology check if you wish.
Oh, I do have one of those. Yay! Okay, let's try that. That is a 16. Fuck yeah, not just a pass, not a hard pass.
And also, M1 being a journalist, he knows when someone's not being completely out open with the story. Yeah, this guy is being seemingly intentionally vague. He's trying to tell you as little as possible, and you're sure he knows more than he's letting on.
So you do.
There's also something slightly unsettling about the way he doesn't appear to show any emotional response to anything you say.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Can I use a cult check?
Yes, you can.
Roy. 100. Oh, okay. All this persuasion that technically makes me pass it.
Yeah, okay. M1, you get the way he's acting reminds you of some stories you've read before about people being placed under mind control or trances.
Guys, I have an idea. If we mug him, he'll still be emotionless. If we leave him here, he'll still be emotionless. So something is going on in his brain. He's gonna bullshit us.
The driver looks at you. The driver looks at you and he says, "Can you move the obstruction so I can continue on?"
Well, sir,
Oh, come on, that is classic scary.
Sir, I don't believe you're telling us everything, and you keep mentioning we. And I hope you know that, not cooperating with the full extent of the law, and me being a PI, I fall into that law is a federal offense.
He says, "I'm sorry. We cannot reveal our work at the dig site. It is confidential."
Well, we're working for your boss, so I think we do have a right to know. He's paying us a large sum to help him out.
He says, "We are not paid details."
So, what was that? We're not paid for details?
Not paid to divulge any details.
Okay,
You notice this whole time he hasn't seemed to blink or fix his gaze from anything other than the log barring the road.
Alright, since we're really close now and can see him, can I do another spot hidden to see if there's anything up with his
Make a hard spot hidden, please.
28. What's that? What's my spot hidden? Yes, that is a hard pass. Yes.
As he talks to you, you try to get a look under his trench coat. You can't quite see underneath, but you notice that just under the hem of the coat, his undershirt appears to be ripped.
Seems to be ripped. What happened to your shirt there, Chief?
He looks at you blankly and then he says, "Place accident."
Alright, I'd like to take this opportunity to just gesture that Ernest comes over.
Right. Ernest, you emerge.
No, I'm
Your
gonna.
gun's gonna stay. Okay, Ernest does
stay
not
put.
come out.
I don't trust. I wave him. I just say, I don't trust him. Just.
Yeah.
I've got him trained into my sights.
Alright, I've got a plan. I'm not buying his whole story. I want to drag him out of the car and just tie him up and look at his body. The way he's operating and the look of him and that rip in his shirt, it doesn't seem right with me.
He looks at you, his face blank as always, and he says, "Remove the obstruction, please."
Alright, I'd like to take this, do this, going, alright, Gunner, pull out your gun. I'd like to go to the driver's seat and, pull him out the car and tie him up.
Alright, M1, you can attempt to do that. Alright,
Sure.
M1, you train your gun and you wait as Tom Selleck opens the driver's seat of the car and attempts to wrestle the man out. Make a fighting brawl check, please, Liam.
Oh my god, that's a 6. Fuck yeah! I'm gonna go.
But celebrate yet. What is your build?
Build is move your stupid computer. Build. Crap, what's the build again? Crap, what's the build again?
Down the bottom of the character sheet, bottom right.
Oh, 0.
First page, 0. Okay. Make with disadvantage, please. So roll again.
That is 71.
So you open the door and go to grapple the guy. You notice that He looks bulkier than you thought. His trench coat appears to actually be the mass of his body.
Oof.
And you attempt to grab him. I'll roll for him.
Oh.
You manage to pull him out of the car, but he breaks free of your grasp and quickly climbs to his feet. He then opens his mouth, but makes no noise and reaches for a utility knife on his belt, and without warning, he swings at you
I will
with it.
pull the trigger.
Ernest, shoot his leg.
That's it. I'll aim. What do I have line of sight to?
Yeah, you've got line of sight to him.
Him in his entirety.
He's in your line of sight. You could hit his leg, his whole body.
All right.
Actually,
Yeah, I'll take a cold shot to the leg.
Reaction.
Yeah. What is everyone? What is your dex?
Dicks or dicks?
Dex.
Dexterity.
70.
70.
Also, that was a nat 1 on the
Oh,
the
damn.
Roll. Yes.
cold shot
What's
to the leg.
your dex, Tom?
Oh, my dex. Oh, sorry. Wait. It is 50.
And M1's is 80. All right. Okay. So here's what happens.
Oh, God.
Liam, roll either fighting brawl or dodge, please. It depends. Do you want to dodge the swing, or do you want to try and grapple the knife out of his hand and strike back?
Let's see. I will try the fighting brawl.
Right. Let's do an opposed check then.
Alright, that is a 25. So that's a hard pass.
But he got a critical one,
Oh,
unfortunately.
fuck.
Moving with speed that is unnatural for his size, he slashes at you with the knife. You raise your hand attempting to block, but he cuts through. He knocks your arm out of the way and then plunges the knife into your chest.
Oh,
You
what?
take
Shit.
3 points of damage. Now, M1, make a firearms roll, please.
Can I still have that one count as my firearm roll?
Yes,
40.
but
Perfect.
one's faster than you. 40, perfect. All right, bang! Roll 1d10, please.
God, no, I can't even do this properly, can I? Oh, run D10, yes. 4.
Bang! You pop a bullet, center mass right into his chest. He sort of leans back and absorbs the force of the wound, and blood begins to pour forth from his chest, but then he quickly rights himself. Okay, Tom, roll damage, please.
Wait, that's bonus damage because he got a 1, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And double it, please. Roll your damage and double it.
Oh my
that-
god.
Is 32 points of damage to his leg.
Oh!
Yep.
What leg?
Aim your gun at his leg and you fire. Bang! Where there was a leg, there is a bloody stump. Man falls forward, slashes wildly with his knife. M1, make a dodge check, please.
Oh, D100. Oh, well, no. I did not dodge it.
Alright, as he falls forwards, he slashes you with his knife. You take 5 points of damage as he slashes the front of your chest, and you
roll
be
at disadvantage.
no, he just rolls normally because this counts as his reaction. And
Oh my god.
you are
bastard.
bleeding profusely. He falls forwards onto the floor and begins to twitch, and then he makes a loud death rattle and ceases to move.
Okay, we have to cut each other.
Everyone sand check, please.
Pass.
Yep, pass.
Okay. One, let's see.
Oh, nice.
On there, fucking pass.
Okay. All three of you lose 1 sanity.
Wait, what? Even for passing? My god.
Just don't get the full amount.
Yeah.
Right. The man, or what's left of him, lies dead at your feet. What do you do?
First
I'm
off,
gonna check I was gonna check the chest.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say as well.
Yeah.
You immediately grab the trench coat and pull it open. Sure enough, you see in his chest a large bloodied hole with a shard of something silver sticking out of it.
Take the calipers out, extract it.
Dex check, please.
Or who?
Me. Sorry, I'm just getting
Tom.
that thing back open. Critical.
You carefully extract the spine. This one appears to be full length. With a sickening squelch, you take the entire thing out of his chest, and when it's all out, it's about 30 centimeters long.
Huh.
A complete sample. You can now examine it if you wish.
Sure. Again, anthropology or archaeology useful here?
Yes, either one. Probably
Doesn't
archaeology.
matter. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Yep. You can't glean anything from it that you don't already know. Liam, would you like to make a
A what?
science check?
Science! That is an 8. Good lord.
Oh. So Ernest hands you the long silver spike, and you take it and you look at it. Based on its length and curvature, it is like a giant animal spine. It looks organic, but it's made of strong silver metal of some description. Quick examination of the metal informs you that it is unlike any other type of metal of which you are aware, and quite frankly, it looks like nothing of earthly origin. Make a sand check, please.
Oh, of course. That's a fail.
You lose 1d3 sand for realizing that this thing you hold in your hands should not logically exist.
D3. Okay, I'm just gonna have to do it here. Roll. Log caps. 1d3. Ugh. God damn.
3. Okay. Is there anything else you guys would like to do before you press on?
I'll take a photo.
I
Can
would
do
suggest
that.
perhaps we hold on to those large crates of
The
nitrogen
Dynamite?
oxide.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to
That's-
pocket a
Can you tell me if there's
few
a
of the
big W
dynamites.
nearby? I need to get
No,
my
you
photo
can't sell the
as
car. Can't sell the car.
I would like to retrieve the car keys as well.
Yes, you reach in and you take the car keys out of the ignition.
I'd like to take a closer look at his body and just see if there's anything around the wound, or because there was a slash on his shirt. See if there's anything else.
Make a first aid check, please.
I'd like to try and conceal the vehicle in the underbrush as well.
Oh, yeah, good idea.
Yeah, make a survival check, please.
And also leave something a marking so we can easily identify where we've hidden it.
That can be
well.
done.
That is a pass.
You climb into the car and you turn on the ignition and you just drive the car off the trail to a large thicket of trees, and then you get out and you push it further into the thickets, obscured by bushes. Then, using your pocket knife, you carve a large X into a nearby tree.
Oh.
Liam, did you pass your first aid check?
No, I did not.
No. You look over the body. There are scuffs and cuts along his arms and hands. Maybe defensive wounds, but you can't see anything else strange about him.
Oh, okay. Ernest, do you have medical at all?
No,
Damn it.
that's what Sherpas are for.
Yes. Would you like to press on?
Yes, hold quiet.
First I like to pocket like 3 of the dynamites in my jacket.
Yeah.
M1,
I'll
do
probably,
you want to take any? You want to take any dynamite?
yeah, I'll take some dynamite as well.
All up, there's about 12 sticks of dynamite. So each of you take 4 of them. Put them in your coats and hope that they'll be useful later. Then, you have a lighter, yes.
We have lighters and a fire starter.
Yeah. Is there anything you'd like to do with the corpse?
Okay. This
I analyze it.
I will.
Hey, M1, you can do a first aid check on it, right?
First aid.
Yeah.
It appears he has multiple gunshot wounds from my gun. I knew that.
Alright, I'd like to go out on a limb here. Ernest, do you have any salt from your breakfast or in your stash?
Oh yes, I do have salt.
Mind if I borrow a little pinch?
I give him a pinch of salt.
I'd like to drop the salt in his wound to see if
See what happens.
Yep.
Drop some salt into the wound. Nothing appears to happen.
Now he is seasoned. Congratulations, you've seasoned a corpse. I've met some headhunters that would be proud of you.
Oh dear God. Okay. Well, there goes that idea. All right. One final look in the back and the front before we continue on of the car.
Make a spot hidden check, please.
That is. Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Yes, that is
You head over to where Ernest stashed the car.
Yes, critical pass.
And you take another couple of looks, and under all of the digging tools in the back of the truck, you find what appears to be a large blood stain, as if somebody was held in place and bludgeoned here.
Oh. Okay. That's in the boot.
Yeah, in the trailer thing at the back of the pickup truck.
All right. Is it just a puddle, or does it seem to be like
a large pool? It's just as if it looks as if somebody was held down and like brutally stabbed there.
All right.
Excellent.
Can I tag out all the tools, because I'm thinking there might be a body there.
You can already tell that there's no body
Okay.
without removing the tools.
All right. Well, guys, I think there's something fish going on at that dig site over there.
Oh, at least you know where the dig site is,
Yes.
and keep heading to the north, you will find it. So you press on.
Actually, before we go, I'd
Yep.
like to just try a bullshit medical shot to heal myself.
Also, before we go, I'd like to unblock the path as well.
Oh
yes.
yes, good
Alright.
idea.
Right, Ernest, do a strength check, please.
Come on.
That is a critical pass.
Ernest, you pull the obstruction away
With
and
my
put it back on the
Charles
side of the road.
Atlas-like strength, cast the tree aside.
Medical.
And-
medical is
First aid.
Oh yeah, first aid. Does 39 count? It's 30%. I haven't got.
No, but
Oh shit.
would you like to spend 9 luck for it? Would you like to spend 9 luck?
No, I won't.
Right. You bandage up the wound, the cut as best you can, but you can't seem to. You hope it'll heal this way. M1, do you want to try to use first aid on yourself?
For sure.
Right, roll and see if you can conduct some first aid on yourself. 19, and that is a pass.
Oh fuck you.
I'll lick
Okay.
rolling clean.
M1, you recover 2 hit points as you bandage the large cut on your chest. And then you continue further on into the forest. You follow the tire tracks, the sun quickly sets, and soon the entire forest is buried in dusk. Night has fallen once again. Would you like to find a spot to camp, or would you like to simply press on in the night?
I think some rest is in order.
Yes, I think so too.
Those wounds heal.
Yeah, I'd like to do the same thing I did last time and set up a trap.
Okay,
I'll do the same things I did last time and set up my tent.
Right, make a survival check, please, Liam.
That is a 19.
19, yeah, that'll do it. Okay. Learning from how you watched Ernest do it last night, you set up a similar snare trap around the edge of the campsite.
Huzzah!
Right, who's taking first watch?
I'll take it again.
Alright. Meanwhile, Ernest retires to his tent and
Continues to write his journal and takes a shot of scotch
in his
from
shell
the second.
casing again.
Yep, the second shell casing.
And Gunner wraps himself in a thick jacket and tries his best to get some sleep. As both of you fall asleep, find yourselves pulled into terrible, terrible dreams. The forest extends all around you. The path cuts and snakes its way between the trees, carpeted by freshly fallen yellowed leaves that have begun to dry and wither as if a sickness infests them. You're walking slowly down the path in silence. Nothing moves but you. There is no wind. There is no sound. Everything is dead. You feel something calling you from further down the path. Just out of sight, there's a clearing up ahead. Yellow light reflecting off something. Could it be water? There's a snap of a twig behind you, and as you turn to look, you feel a sharp pain as something long and silver is plunged into your chest. You wake with a gasp and... One and Tom, sanity checks, please.
That is a hard pass.
Hard pass.
Actually, no, critical pass.
Critical pass. But that's a fail. One, unfortunately.
Failed.
One, you lose 2 sanity. This dream was entirely unsettling to you. But now awoken from the dream, what would you like to do?
I'll go out and take my watch.
Right, Liam, Ernest approaches you, and states that he would like to take over the watch. Would you like to go to sleep, or would you like to stay up a bit longer?
I'd like to go to sleep and try to heal these wounds. Once again, I tell Ernest exactly where the traps are.
Sure.
All right.
And I scale a tree, and I pull out my memoir, and I continue writing.
While he does this, Liam, you retire to next to the tent. Once again, lay your jacket out on the ground and attempt to go to sleep. Both M1 and Liam HP as you rest overnight.
Was that recover 1 HP?
Recover 1 HP as your wounds heal a little bit overnight. And as soon as you fall asleep, Liam, like the other two, you are pulled into a terrible dream. Yellow leaves fall slowly. Yellow leaves fall slowly from the thick roof of the branches above. Blades of sunlight stab through the darkness. Ahead of you stands a dilapidated log cabin. The door swings slowly open, and figures emerge. They advance slowly, with purpose. You want to turn and run, but you can't take your eyes from them. Your muscles strain as your brain cries out for your limbs to work. You are powerless. The figures wear strange clothes, outdated clothes, old military uniforms. You hear the first one, a man's voice as he comes closer. Come with us. Join us in his service. Embrace your new destiny and bask in his eternal glory. Man's face is lifeless, pale, and unblinking. A dark green smear of corruption spreads down from an empty eye socket. It grins, and its skin cracks, and then pain as something silver is plunged into your chest. You wake in terror. Make a sanity check, please.
Oh, come on. That is a... I believe that's a pass anyway. Yep, that's a pass. 31.
Okay. Tom, while you're on guard writing... Yeah, you wake up from a terrible dream. And while you're having that dream, Tom, you are just filling out the day's entry in your field journal. And then you hear the sound of a loud... You hear the sound of something snapping. Like a coil of rope being flung upwards.
I immediately train my rifle on where the snare should be.
Look in the direction where the snare is, and you see a human figure strung up from his ankle, swinging just below a tree branch.
Do there appear to be any other figures nearby?
Do a spot hidden check, please.
Fail.
No, you can't see anything else in the darkness.
I produce my bell from my coat, and I ring it.
Get to wake everyone up. By this point, it is about nearly 4 in the morning. M1 and Liam, you hear Ernest's bell, and you join him beneath the tree where he is perched.
I gesture towards you. Your snare caught something.
Oh, well,
Ernest points into the darkness where you see a human figure dangling by his ankle just below a tree branch.
in the back of my mind, I'm just like, fuck yes, it worked.
Yes.
It's like, looks like my rope trap idea was actually good after all. Alright, so, pull out my gun, and I'm just like, Ernest, stay trained on him, and I just slowly move towards him without trying to make myself seen.
As you approach the man who is strung up, you notice he does not appear to be struggling. And then you get close enough to get a good look at him. You see a man with pale, grey, dry, cracked skin, his hair long having fallen out, wearing a blue military uniform. Make a sen check, please.
Yep. That is that is a
just
great
Liam.
pass. That is a pass.
You feel your heart begin to beat as you realize that this is the man from your dream.
We go, what are you doing there? And there's some strange clothes you got there. The war's been over for a good long time.
He looks at you, no emotion showing in his face, and he simply says, "Could you please let me down?"
Yeah, not before I get my answers.
He says, "What do you wish to know?"
Well, first you can explain that damn clothing you got there.
He says, "I was a soldier once."
Yeah, from the looks of it, from the Civil War, as I said, it's been over for quite a long time.
He says, "Yes, it is over for some."
And what do you mean by that, friend?
We got gosh damn Confederate zombies.
He says, "Nothing, just that time may pass for some, but not for others."
You telling me you're dead there?
He says, "I'm not dead. I'm not alive either."
At this point, I'm just like, judging from what we've seen the entire time, I want to rip open his clothes and see if there's anything on his chest.
As you approach him, he lashes out with his bony hands, Make a dodge check, please.
There is a pass.
Jump back as he thrashes around with his hands, trying to strike you. Now make a luck check.
Oh, goddamn. That is... Oh, my God. One off and that would have been fail. But, yeah,
You see the snare that he is caught up in begin to rattle and jingle with his movement, but it holds fast. When you have stepped a fair enough distance back, he stops swinging his arms and returns to the state.
Oh, there. Hold on, friend. Hold on. I just need to check things out, and here you are. Just attacking me.
He says, you cannot be allowed to understand.
Allowed by who?
He says, you are not worthy.
Yeah, well, I've got a nice little pea shooter here that says I am.
He looks at you and he says, shoot me then.
Not before I get my damn answers.
He looks at you blank in the face and he says, we have all the answers, but not everyone is worthy to know.
For shits and giggles, can I use my history to find out what side of the Civil War he was on?
Let's go ahead.
That is, holy crap, that's a pass. My God, and that's my lowest stat.
Based on the insignia that's barely visible on his uniform, he is a Confederate soldier.
Goddamn Confederate zombies! Oh, let's see. I had a few other things in my head, and now they're just gone.
Would anyone else like to do anything?
I've just still got him trained. When we started lashing out, my finger tightened, but I didn't pull the trigger.
Let's see. What have I got here?
Right, I'm going to make a roll here.
Oh, no, you don't. No.
As you stare at the figure, thinking of something to say, you see his mouth twist in the first emotion you've seen, a look of exertion, and then you hear the rope beginning to tighten, and then snap!
Cool. Can I pull the
Snare
trigger?
breaks.
Can I pull the trigger when that happens?
What's your make a dex check, please.
Can I push that?
66. Yes, you can, but you risk shooting. You risk your shot. Oh, okay.
Oh, what?
Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys.
Okay, as the creature falls to the ground,
Thanks.
you shoot, but he falls too fast and you miss. Liam, luck check, please.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, that's a pass, thank fuck.
Bang! Tom's giant bullet just barely misses you, shredding the tree trunk that the snare was tied up against. The Confederate soldier thunks onto the ground below, and he takes 6 points of damage. He is almost immediately at his feet. He reaches into a pocket of his coat and pulls out a combat knife identical to the one you found the day earlier, and he rushes at you with it. Please make a fighting brawl or dodge check.
Liam. Gotta try fighting brawl.
Right.
What is that? That is a pass, thank fuck.
It's a pass, okay. What, it's just a normal pass?
Yeah, just a normal pass.
And he swings at you with his knife. You grab his hand and you wrestle the knife out of his hand. You chuck it away onto the ground. He slashes at you with some bony fingers in response.
Oh, piss off.
take 2 points of damage as he scratches the side of your cheek, making it bleed. Okay,
Motherfucker.
M1, what are you gonna do?
Huh?
It's your turn, M1. What do you wish to do?
Take a photo.
Blind him.
You could take a photo to blind him if you wish. You could like aim the camera right at him and make a shot, and he will. At the light would.
Flash.
Hasn't got a flash. Yeah.
The last photo that's going to be developed for me is these huge chompers coming up to the lens.
Yeah. Okay, just shoot him. Just shoot him.
Yeah, just shoot him. Get your gun out. Make a firearms check, please.
Oh shit! I'm doing this lying down. This is 100, isn't it? Yep, D100.
Ooh, that's a critical success.
Holy bullsack.
Okay. Roll 1d10, please. And I double it to 16. Bang! Your bullet hits him square between the eyes. He drops immediately like a sack of flour. Ceases to move.
Take a photo.
You can do that. You head over and you kick over his corpse with your feet, and you take a photo. Roll a photography check, please.
I have to roll the winder for my Kodak disposable camera.
We have to see if you get it, if you frame the shot well enough. Shaking from the encounter, and yeah, you snap a photo. Would you like to push that? You will risk.
It's alright.
Okay, yep. You take a photo. You were shaking while taking it. It may or may not come out well. We shall see. Right. Danger appears to have passed. What do you wish to do?
First, just not freaking out enough to be like, just like going, what the fuck we got going on? We got some Confederate fucking asshole here from the Civil War. It's nearly been 100 years, and this guy is not looking well for wear at all. And just fucking look at him.
I pull out a hunting knife. I open his shirt and I slit open his belly. What does his organs look like?
You slit open his belly. Inside is mush. His insides have long ago disintegrated into a large mixture of red mush and what appears to be a strange green powdery growth. Please make a sanity check. Pass. You lose 1 sanity.
Also, well, still sort of like going, what the fuck's going on? Look for the knife that he had.
He threw? Yep. You locate it on the ground right beside you. You pick it up and it does appear to be identical to the one that was found yesterday.
How's the knife looking? Like, rusty as fuck, I'm guessing?
Rusty as hell. It hasn't been well maintained and it looks like a solid strike with it would cause it to snap.
Alright, yeah.
Can I find any wildlife?
Do a natural world check, please.
Can I substitute tracking?
Oh yeah, alright, tracking will do.
Yeah, no.
Ooh.
Yeah. This time of early morning, the sun is just starting to come up, the nocturnal animals have gone to sleep, and the daytime animals have yet to wake up. And the encounter that you've just had has shaken you enough that you can't really expend the effort to find them. Nonetheless, you quickly pack up your camping supplies. You don't bother with breakfast this morning, and you make your way further into the forest.
Hold on, before we do that, of course, have a look at the hole in the... Well, I'm assuming there's another hole in the chest.
Yep, you pull open his shirt, and you see a deep cut in his chest that has long since healed, though the fractured bone underneath can still be seen through the skin. There is no silver spine.
Huh. Alright, so... Yeah. Alright, there goes that okay, I just went on location there. There goes...
Yeah.
I'm going that crazy. I'm going, yeah. There goes my theory of, that weird silver thing being behind this. I have no idea what's going on anymore.
Well, it's obvious he was impaled in the chest by something, but whatever impaled him is no longer there.
Yes. Because it's a new day, can I attempt a medical roll?
Yes, you can.
Awesome. Come on.
I would like to try.
21. What's that? Is that good?
It has to be under your first aid.
I don't have first aid.
Whatever the percentage is next to the skill,
30%.
30. If it's under 30, it's a pass.
Oh, fantastic.
I would like to check the samples of the formaldehyde, see if they've reduced in size since yesterday.
Also,
yes.
How much do I heal?
You heal 1 HP
Oh,
if
1
you
HP.
succeed.
Yep, okay.
You pull out the jar of formaldehyde. Make a spot hidden check, please.
Plus.
Silver spikes appear to be very, very ever so slightly smaller.
Does the formaldehyde appear to be affected?
No. You notice small green particles floating in the formaldehyde. Tiny pieces of mold.
Similar color to the powdery substance in the torso, yes?
Indeed, it appears to be identical.
And also, before we leave, I'd like to search the body to see if there's any journals or anything on him.
You do that and you find nothing. His pockets are completely empty.
Okay.
There's an old pack of cigarettes that's several decades old.
Alright, vintage cigarettes!
The cigarettes inside are covered in mold.
God damn it.
Green mold.
Alright,
Then you just...
No,
And then you guys decide to press on, and we enter the climax of the scenario. The final day.
Shit.
Final day,
Oh,
day 3.
First off, I'm assuming my rope is now completely broken.
Yes, your rope is snapped.
Yep.
Would you like to take a smaller rope, maybe?
Well, I mean, he just means he has 2 ropes now.
Yeah, you have 2 shorter ropes, basically, if you take the time to dismantle the trap.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that could still be handy.
You spend about an hour dismantling everything. You take the 2 ropes and you continue on through the forest as the morning of the 3rd day dawns. You begin to enter a part of the forest where the canopy grows so thick that you are walking in dim half-light, where the trees appear twisted in pain and the colour of the undergrowth is unnaturally pale, sickly yellow. Listen rolls, all 3 of you, please.
Pass.
Pass.
That is a pass.
Pass. So what happens with M1? And that's a fail from M1, I think. Right. Tom and Liam, sanity checks, please.
Oh, fuck off.
That is a crit pass.
That is a pass for me.
You lose no sanity, but you
yes.
notice that there is no sound of wildlife at all. This part of the forest is completely empty of life.
Oh.
The local flora, does that seem to be affected?
Some of it is sickly and dying, some of it has twisted into forms that look unusual. Nothing lashes out at you. A couple of hours of walking through this nightmarish thicket of trees, you merge into the abandoned remains of a campsite. The campfire has long since died. The 4 tents are broken, and there are signs of a struggle or fight. So several large, what appear to be canvas paintings scattered across the ground in one of the tents.
All right, is the campfire still smoldering?
No, it's completely gone out. It looks to have been out for at least a couple days by this point.
Okay.
I would like to have a look at the canvas painting.
Yeah, I was going to say I'd like to look too. So we can both look together.
What are you looking at? Sorry.
The canvas
Canvas
paintings.
paintings.
Ah, yes. Okay. Walk up to the scattered canvas paintings.
Wait, no.
Not going to?
The Call of
Yeah, I'm gonna do
Cthulhu,
it.
Call of the Cthulhu game.
I'm just
like
gonna do it.
fucking shamblers. No. No.
All right. Tom's gonna do it though. Beside the pile of scattered canvases, there is a small leather-bound notebook.
All right.
Cool. I'll pick it up and I'll flick through it.
God damn it! I was
Pick
going to
it
do
up
that.
and-
You look at the canvas paintings. I'm going through the notebook.
No, I'm picking up the note. I've already picked up the notebook. I'm looking
Yeah,
through
it
it.
is flipping through it.
God damn it.
Okay. You flick through the notebook. Be the journal of an artist from Miskatonic University down in Arkham near Boston. Apparently, he and several fellow students came to this forest to draw paintings, to make paintings of the local wildlife, having heard that this forest in particular was abundant with all sorts of game and wildlife. Latest entries described frightening dreams, really similar to the one that you had the night before. So describe how they met a father and son hunters, one of them wearing a large Texas hat. Describes that they were having similar dreams and were seeking to get out of the forest as soon as possible.
Well, we know how that ended.
Yep.
Yes. This could also be the uncle and cousin who were unaccounted for,
Yeah,
being referred to
the
here.
uncle had the big Texas hat.
Yes, he did.
Oh, yeah.
So they appear to have. Would you like to look at the paintings now?
Yes.
All right. There are a range of paintings, mostly of landscapes and woodland scenes. There's one of an owl on a branch peering out into the dark. There's another of a deer looking through the trees in an otherwise deserted wood. One of a full moon shining down through the trees above. There is one that painting of a narrow dirt path snaking its way through the trees, the ground covered in dead yellow leaves. Make a sand check as you see this, as you recognize it as the path you saw in your dream.
Pass.
Lose 1 sanity. 2 more paintings. One of a dilapidated old cabin, the door open and the dark outline of a figure within. And the final painting, a figure seen from behind, looking out into the black waters as something horrible rises up out of the lake.
Okay, so not a shambler. So, woof. Woof.
No shambler.
Thank fuck. Oh, you had me scared there.
However, Liam, are you looking at the paintings too?
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not. Okay. Anything you'd like to do in this camp?
Look through the tents.
Make a spot hidden roll, please.
That is. What's spot in that? Yeah, that is a hard pass.
There are 4 tents in the campsite, 2 of which look like they've been home to a man and a woman, with only single occupants in the other 2. There are 2 other larger tents. One of these appears to be a large communal tent, apparently used for cooking, although the stove is long since cold.
Alright,
The last...
Dale, I just gotta say, Kitty told me to tell you you broke her heart.
Oh no, there will be a shambler, just not now.
God damn
Not
it.
today. Kitty, he was scared to look at the paintings. One day he will look at the paintings and they will have a shambler.
I am not looking at any motherfucking paintings.
The last tent is also comparatively large and seems to have been used as a painting studio. Easels lie broken, paint and brushes appear crushed, and canvases litter the floor. Search of the sleeping tents reveals various art pads, some partly completed oil canvases, and at the edge of the campsite, a discarded hunting rifle and a Texas hat in a nearby bush next to drag marks heading northwards.
Oh, shit. Alright, what do we do? So there's nothing else in the camp besides the...
Doesn't appear to be anything else in the camp. Whoever was here is no longer here, although you remember the body you found in the woods, who had paint all over his clothing. You suspect he probably came from here.
Ah, yes. All right.
What happened to everyone? What happened to all the other art students?
Nothing good, I imagine.
No.
Yes.
Guys,
Then you decide to press on. Is there anything else you'd like to do last here?
I think I am satisfied with our
discoveries.
Yes.
What do you? What about you?
You're going to.
You gotta take a snippy snap.
Yep, he's taking photos of the camp, obviously, and you move. Okay, so you have two options here. You can continue traveling in the way you were traveling, or you can head. You can head northward, following the drag marks at the edge of the camp.
I think we follow the drag mark.
I'm thinking the same thing.
Very well. Very well, then. Follow the drag marks. You soon find yourself back in the thick forest, back onto a track, and you find that the track divides in two. One road looks freshly, the other less so. Freshly fallen leaves lie on the forest floor, an event that shouldn't happen in this month of the year. Ernest, you recognize this less used path covered in leaves as the one from your dream. The other path is much larger, more recently used, and you can see a couple of tire tracks driving along it.
I'd like to take the dream path.
Take the dream path, okay.
That sounds like a cool power metal song.
The dream path. So Liam and M1, given that do you trust Ernest enough to follow him down this dream path, knowing that he is the best at tracking among you?
I think I do. At this point, I don't think it would be good if any of us split up.
Okay. You continue down the older, smaller track covered in fallen leaves. The forest grows darker and quieter as you make your way down. And then in a clearing stands an old log cabin. The door is closed and there's no signs of movement. Liam, you recognize this cabin from your dream. Yep. Make a sound check, please.
That is a fail.
You lose 1d6 san.
Oh, at least that's a 2. Okay, it's not that bad.
You're quite a bit concerned here, but there's a compelling need to know what's going on. As you enter the clearing, you detect the horrifying, overpowering smell of death. The stench comes from a blood-soaked tree where, impaled through the chest on a branch, halfway up is the corpse of a man whose face you recognize. Sydney Harris, kidnapper you have come to apprehend.
Oh, that can't be good.
There's a quarry.
Sanity rolls, please. All three of you.
That is a pass.
Yep, that's a pass. That's a pass. All right, and we shall see whether M1 passes his check.
Oh wait, no, not critical. Just hard.
And that's a fail from Dan Cooper. From M1. Sorry, M1, you lose 3 sanity. As you approach the cabin, you notice that it has been shot through with many bullet holes.
Can I determine sort of the rough caliber of the...
Make a firearms check, please.
That is a pass.
They appear to be of rather small caliber, perhaps a 38 or a 9mm.
Fired from a rifle or a revolver?
A revolver, and based on the trajectory of the bullet holes, they appear to have been fired from within the cabin. Okay, luck check, please, Tom.
Sorry?
Luck check, please, Tom.
Alright. That is a pass.
As you examine the bullet holes, you hear the sound of a gun being cocked. You throw yourself around the corner just as bang! Someone fires at you from the doorway of the cabin. The other 2 of you see a disheveled, dirty-looking man, his clothes torn and covered in mud, brandishing a revolver. He's just attempted to fire at Ernest, and now he turns his attention to the 2 of you. He points his gun in your direction, but he doesn't shoot.
Right, whoa, hold on, friend. We're not any of those. We are Civil War people.
He raises his gun, and he says, "Give the girl back, or get the hell away."
We haven't got a girl.
He says, then you must be with those fucking monsters. And he fires. Both of you make dodge checks, please.
That is a pass.
Can I point my rifle at him and take a shot?
Yeah. In your next round, you can. M1 and Liam have to make dodge checks.
Yeah, I passed.
M1, dodge check, please. And that's a pass for him too. Both immediately throw yourselves behind nearby trees. The man fires a couple more times, hitting nothing. And he says, "You're with those monsters who attacked our hideout last night. They killed Harris and they took the fucking girl. Right. Get out of here!"
I'd like to use a psychology check.
Tom, would you still like to stick your head? Would you still like to pop out around the corner and fire at him?
Yes.
Right. Who's got higher? What's your dex, Tom?
50.
What's your dex, Liam?
70.
Liam, you get to attempt your psychology check first.
Yep. Come on. Oh my god, that's a crit.
Right. As Ernest begins to creep around the corner of the cabin with his gun drawn, you try your best to calm the man down. He shouts, "I don't want to serve the thing in the lake!" And then he drops the gun at his feet and kneels down in a fetal position.
Alright, just come out going, "Whoa, slow down, friend. We've got nothing to do with those monsters back there. We've killed some ourselves, and we still have no idea what's going on. And we've pulled some weird things out of bodies, and we know nothing about this weird thing in the lake. Maybe we could try help each other."
He looks up at you and he says, "You don't get it. The girl is gone. Something attacked us in the night. They took Harris, strung him up on that branch over there, and I barely got away with my life." As he says this, Tom, roll a firearms check,
god
please.
damn it, Tom.
Pass.
Roll for damage, please.
Shit.
I mean, I'm pretty sure if he was in the fetal position, I wouldn't have shot him. But
You do you still want to shoot him?
I said if he didn't, after he's dropped his gun, not.
Okay, no, all right. So you don't shoot him. He then lowers his head to the ground and begins to weep, collapsing into hysteria.
Right, I just start
I'll
going.
step over him with my rifle, sort of open his shirt to see that he doesn't have any of those things in his chest.
Tom, you kind of
Yeah, Tom, you need to come closer to your microphone. It's a bit.
I step over and I use the barrel of my rifle to part his shirt to see if there's a wound on his chest.
You part his shirt, and his chest is a bit banged up, a couple of scratches here and there, but there is no spine or wound.
Alright, I just keep with the coming here and going, it's alright, friend. We're not going to attack you. Maybe we can help each other out. No one here is going to hurt you.
I like to enter and sort of try and clear the shack, see if there's make sure there's nobody in there.
You enter the shack. Inside, the whole thing has been blasted by hysterical gunshots. The furniture has been broken, and there doesn't appear to be anything of note other than a map of the area where the dig site is, where Strong's dig site is marked, and another spot closer to town which is marked the Handoff. This appears to be the kidnappers' hideout, and they have since either vacated or, like Harris outside, been killed.
Gosh. Alright. I'll step out and like, tie this man up. He's one of the kidnappers. We'll bring him back to face justice.
Okay, Liam, you get your rope, and you're going to tie him up.
Well, actually, just bind his hands, just in case. Like, okay.
Right, you use one of your lengths of rope to bind his hands, and then push him into the cabin. You sit him down on an old moth-eaten.
Right,
just looks at you, sobbing quietly.
Is there anything that I can make a cup of tea or a beverage or anything?
No. It looks like they were just like camping, bunking out here.
So I pull up a chair just opposite and go, okay. Now in a nice, calm, easy demeanor, I want you to tell me exactly what happened here. We're not here. I just want to remind you, we're not here to hurt you. We can help each other out.
He looks at you and he says, I'd rather face justice. I'd rather be hung than have what happened to the others happen to me.
Well, friend, if you can help us out, we can help each other. If you help us out, I can make sure you can get away from all of this.
He says, they took Jane and one of the others, took them down to the edge of the lake, and there was this group of out-of-towners there, artists, students or something, and they had them strung up on these giant poles out of the ground for facing the water, and this thing came out and injected spikes into their chests, and he left them there.
Are you talking about these spikes? And I gestured to for Ernest to take out the jar.
Put the jar.
His eyes go wide and his face goes white as he begins to weep once again.
Are these the spikes you're talking about? We've put a few out ourselves.
Nods wordlessly.
All right, friend. Do you know anything about the dig site? Do you know if anyone's there?
He says, old man Strong was digging it up, wants to put his reservoir there, but he found precious metals and wanted to prospect, and Sydney Sydney thought that meant gold, so we took Strong's daughter and thought we'd get a ransom, some of that gold for ourselves. He bursts into tears.
Alright, friend, just calm down. It's gonna be okay. I promise everything's gonna be okay. Just trying to do everything I can to get him to calm and stop crying.
He says, I followed them back. They came from an old cabin a little bit to the north of here before you reach the dig site, but then he begins to cry. It looks like you won't get anything else out of him.
Ah, bugger. Alright, so we've got a map of the area now, so that's great. Is there anything else in the cabin?
Nope.
No, okay.
Hideout is bare, and he's destroyed pretty much anything there was that was here in his hysteria.
Alright, so we can either go to this, there was another cabin you said?
That's where he said, from the north, before you reach the dig site and the lake.
Yep, so we can either go to that cabin, or head straight to the lake or the dig site. What do you guys think?
What would you guys like?
In and out for me. I'm only catching like every second word.
We can either go to the cabin, or straight ahead to the dig site or the lake.
And he's reconnecting, I think. What about you, M1?
Why not?
What's your vote? You can head straight to the dig site or the lake, or you can check out this cabin that you were told the creatures emerged from.
I reckon the dig site's our most solid lead.
We've only got
We at least have hard evidence that something came from there.
You do. So that's one vote for the dig site.
Dig site.
Yeah, I'll go.
All right.
Dig site.
Right, dig site it is. We've got about 20 minutes, half an hour left. And so, right. You disregard the lake and the cabin. You know that whatever this thing is, it's coming from the dig site, and you heard the kidnapper say that this is where the girl was taken, Jane Strong. You spend a couple of hours walking northward, and walking down the road, you hear the sound of activity up ahead. Rounding a corner, you find a member of the geologic survey team wearing a high visibility vest, standing beside a 5-bar gate that blocks the trail any further. The trail bends farther around out of sight. However, you are able to make out a few huts and a clearing down below, from which comes the sound of machinery.
Would I be able to try and use my tracking to find an alternate way in through the wilderness?
Yes, perform a hard tracking roll.
No, fail.
Okay, looks like the gate is the most direct route of entry then. So, as you approach the gate, the member of the workman raises his hand.
Of course, the music acts up again.
Raises his hand, and surprisingly, he seems civil and welcoming. He smiles and he says, "Howdy there, folks. Afraid I can't let you go any further. There's men at work down there."
So, can I do a quick spot hidden and see if, like, he looks like any of the other people that we've dealt with, like the driver?
Yes, you can. Make a hard spot hidden check, please.
That is... Can I spend 2 luck?
Yes, you can. You notice a couple of specks of relatively fresh blood just at the base of his neck underneath the work vest.
What happened to you there, Chief?
He looks down, he says, "Huh? What? Oh, this, yeah, we were blasting the hole open last night. There were rocks flying everywhere. I must have got hit by a stray piece of shrapnel.
Well, we have permission from Doobly-Doo himself to come investigate.
Make a fast talk check, please.
Oh, wait, do I even have fast talk? No, I don't. If it's 5%, that has to be 5 or lower, doesn't it?
Yeah. Alright, M1 can do it. M1's gonna... A pass or a fail, M1.
Let me check. Am I testing?
A fast talk check. Gain act to convince the workmen to let you into the dig site.
Fail by 4 points.
Failed. Would you like to spend 4 luck or push it?
Go for it. Let's push it.
Right, roll again.
Come on. Oh my god!
Alright, M1, what do you say to him?
Well, my friends and I, we need to get into that dig site. We need to know what's going on. We represent a very prestigious community that cares about the environment, and we really need to know what's going on here.
We're not goddamn Greenpeace.
He smiles at you and he says, okay. I can take you to the foreman if you like.
Even better.
He opens the gate and then gestures for you to enter the site. Then begins to lead you. He then begins to lead you down the trail into the dig site. The dig site comprises 5 temporary huts around the edge of a clearing. In the center of the clearing is a blast crater, leading to a large, deep hole that leads deep underground. You see several men shuffling back and forth from the hole to the farthest hut, where they are taking ropes and tools and apparently in the process of constructing a pulley outside the hole. First hut is the foreman's office, indicated by the sign on the door. The workman who is leading you knocks on the door. He then opens it and he says, Foreman White, I got some visitors here. Foreman White looks up at you and he says, yes, thank you. Please, come inside. You enter.
Yes.
I will enter.
The other 2 of you enter.
Gunnar, do you just want to stay outside and take a few snapshots?
Stay outside M1 and take photos while they go inside?
Oh, whatever you want me to do.
Alright. We'll see. Alright, so the 2 of you head inside. As you enter the cabin, the workman shuts the door behind you and stands in front of it. The woman looks up and he says, a monotone voice, and who do we have here today?
My name's Selleck, Tom Selleck, and we were hired by your boss to investigate his daughter's disappearance and give us full access to this here dig site.
He says, well, I do know of Mr. Strong, but I'm afraid that his daughter is not here. We are conducting some very important work here. Be sure to inform him that everything is going according to plan.
Yeah, some strange metals, I believe.
He says, yes, we were tasked with removing possible contaminants for the reservoir. We located a strange blue crystalline substance, and we were ordered to remove it. In fact, if you wish, I have some that has already been harvested, if you would like to see it.
Alright, yeah, I'll take a look at this blue crystal.
he stands up and says, "Very well, you may follow me." As he stands up, make a spot hidden check, both of you.
That is a pass.
As he stands up from behind his desk, some of the light from outside catches him, and you notice that he is wearing a tattered blue Civil War uniform.
Oh, yep. Okay, that's
Meanwhile, outside, Gunnar S. Thompson, you have creeped closer to the blasting hole in the middle of the dig site. Notice the men at work constructing a pulley, and then you take a peek inside the hole, and at the very bottom, you can just make out something pale blue glistening in what little sunlight manages to penetrate the hole. Take out your camera. You take out your camera and begin to take photos. Immediately, one of the workers holds out a hand. He roughly pushes you, and then he says, "No photos."
Well, I'm Greenpeace, and we need to take photos.
really don't think Greenpeace were in the 1920s.
I can fast
From an
talk.
environment, yeah. Make a hard fast talk check, please, which means it has to be under half, and that's a fail. Man pushes you again, and he says, "You cannot take photographs. Come with me, if you please."
I do not please.
He reaches for a pickaxe beside the pulley.
Oh no.
Can I react?
Yeah, make a dodge check, please. Or you can try to shoot him if you like. What would you like to do?
Oh, great. Well, can I make a reaction to try and maim him?
Yep. Okay. Roll. What are you going to maim him with?
What, just pistol whip or something?
38 split.
Yeah. All right. Make a firearms check, please.
Oh wow.
Ooh, I wouldn't do it, buddy. I would not do it.
Sadly, he got a critical success. Your
Oh,
shot still
shit.
gets off, but not before he swings the pickaxe into your knee, shattering it.
Ouch.
God damn.
Take 5 points of damage and fall to the ground. Your kneecap shattered, but you do get off a shot before you go down. Roll 1d10, please.
Nice.
Nice. 9 points of damage. Bang! You hit him center mass. He falls backwards a bit from the shot, but then steadies himself. Looks at you, face expressionless, and then he raises the axe above his head. Look around, and you see the other workmen stopping what they're doing, and they slowly begin to walk towards you. As he holds his pickaxe above his head, he says, "You have two." As he raises his pickaxe above his head, he says,
can you hold on a sec? I just have to go to the toilet. I don't want to miss any of this.
"All right, gotta wrap up though. Tom's gotta head off." Yeah. Do you say anything to them as they approach M1?
On this day, you shall not judge me, for I was a good investigating journalist. My cause I will live on forever.
He slowly begin to walk towards you.
Just like the last one. Can I take a firearm so I can just shoot myself in the head? Because I know exactly what
Alright, sorry, I was holding on for the last hour.
As he raises his pickaxe above your head and 2 other workers slowly walk towards you, the worker says, "If you choose to resist, you will die."
Just,
Interesting. Okay. What if
Michael slowly takes gun out of mouth.
slowly pulls out dynamite.
There's all this.
Oh yeah.
Barrel.
Do you resist? Do you surrender?
Surrender to boss. Can I fast talk?
It probably won't work at this point. Best option is just to surrender. Besides, your kneecap is crushed. You can't really.
Anyway, yeah.
Do you drop your gun, raise your hands?
Fuck. Yeah, let's just go with it. Yeah, sure.
All right.
Thank you. I surrender.
You drop your gun. You raise your hands to show that you are unarmed. Workman lowers his axe. He looks at you, and he turns to another workman and says, "Take him to the lake to join the others."
Oh.
Two workmen grab you, each of them flanking your shoulders, and they hoist you to your feet. And then,
The
without
prayer is played in the background. You raise
start
me
praying.
up.
Oh no. Oh Jesus.
then, without a word, they begin to escort you into the trees, into the nearby tree line. Okay.
Do I hear the gunshot?
Bye, guys.
Both of you make listen checks, please.
Nope.
That's a pass.
Liam, as you are being directed out of the foreman's cabin, you hear a gunshot from outside.
What's going on there, Chief? As I believe there's dynamite is a normal occurrence, but a gunshot, I don't think
Forget
so.
about the dynamite. Yeah.
Yeah, you've still got the dynamite.
Yeah, still got that.
The
Sanctify by dynamite.
foreman looks at you and says, "Pay it no mind," and then he opens the door to escort you out of the cabin. When you leave the cabin, you look around, and with a small shock, you notice that Gunner is nowhere to be seen.
What
Can
happened?
I try and track him?
If you had free reign of the compound, but you're currently being escorted by the foreman and a workman.
I said, excuse me, I seem to have lost my compatriot. I'm just gonna go retrieve him and then I'll return to your company. I just turn around and leave without like acknowledging their reply.
Yep. They look at you, but they do nothing. One of the workmen who's constructing the pulley briefly looks up at you, and then the one next to him shrugs, and then they go back to work. Make a track check, please.
How many workers are there?
Doesn't fail.
6,
Can I push?
7.
Can I
Yes, you
push
could.
that?
Yes, you could push it.
That is a hard pass.
Oh, nice.
You make your way past the blast crater and eventually reach the tree line, where you see a couple spatters of blood and heavy boot prints leading to the east.
Okay, I follow the boot prints to the east. How many do there appear to be?
There appears to be at least 2.
Cool. Alright, I'll follow them.
Meanwhile, Liam, you are being escorted through the dig site so that you can see this blue crystal. Workman eventually leads you to the 4th hut. And make a spot hidden check, please.
That is a critical pass.
As he escorts you towards the door of the cabin, you notice a couple of the other workmen stop what they are doing and begin to walk ever so slowly in your direction. Foreman opens the door to the cabin. It's dark inside and you can't see what lies beyond the threshold. And he says, Some of the samples we've already harvested are inside. Feel free to take a look.
Before I do that, I've noticed your clothes. That's pretty odd wear for a dig site.
He looks at you and he says, why? I see nothing wrong with them.
Right, this is the same guy that's from this is still the foreman, yes?
Yes.
Okay, well, I do think that it's a general practice to wear high-vis clothes and not a Civil War uniform.
Make a luck check, please.
That is a pass.
He looks at you, and then he looks at the workman flanking him, and look at each other. And the foreman reaches into his coat pocket, pulls out the rusty combat knife, while the other man silently reaches for a large wrench on his belt. The foreman says, "Go in the cabin, please."
Shit. You know what? Screw it. I reach into my jacket and pull out a stick of dynamite and a lighter. So I don't think I'm going to be doing that. Now, you better back off around here.
Notice them recoil for a second, and then the foreman begins to step. He says, "Easy there. There's no need for that."
Yeah, well, you're the one that just pulled out a knife on me.
He shakes his
Don't bring a knife to a dynamite fight.
he shakes his head and he says, "I'm sorry. I can't let you escape. Because we are on the verge of completing our work here."
And what work would that be? I say while I just flick open my lighter.
He steps back and he says, the crystalline substance that was discovered here. It is one of many such shards that imprison the essence of our master. And so we would bring it to him in the lake so that he can remove its influence and come one step closer to his ascension.
And I'm assuming this is a Zippo lighter. Alright, I flick it so it's now lit, and I'm just closely bringing it to him, going, "And who exactly is your master?"
He looks at you and he says, "Please, in the cabin."
Alright, you guys better back the fuck off or I'm gonna blow me and all of this up. Right here, I've got another 2 sticks on me. That's gonna do a fuck ton of damage.
At this point, as they begin to back away, you hear from inside the cabin a female voice. She's shouting, "Help me, please!"
Who you got back there? I think you better start talking real fast, real soon.
He shouts, "Please, I'm the daughter of the head of the water board, please!"
Alright, foreman, you better start bloody explaining yourself right now.
Make a dexterity check. Make an intelligence check, please.
Oh, Jesus. What's my intelligence at? That is just a pass.
And that's a hard pass from
Holy
the...
crap, M2's in the chat. Hi, M2.
That is a hard pass from the workman who is slowly creeping around the back of the cabin. As you raise the stick of dynamite and prepare to bark another demand, you hear shuffling just behind you, and then back Something hard smashes into the side of your head.
Shit.
Take 2 points of damage. Make a hard constitution check, please.
Alright, just let me do this. Constitution's okay. And stop spinning. That is a 22 in constitution. Yep, that's a hard pass.
Right. Don't fall unconscious, but you're dazed, and taking advantage of this, 2 of the workers grab you and push you into the cabin. Door shuts behind you, and you hear the sound of it being latched. Meanwhile, we cross to Ernest and Dan Cooper. Gunner, you are being flanked by 2 workers as they take you down the older trail through the woods. Eventually, they bring you to the edge of the black and stagnant lake you have seen in your dreams. Here, 5 people have been strapped to poles about 5 meters from the shore of the lake. Each of them has a large spike emanating from their chest. And Ernest, you are following along, yes.
So have
You're
I
following them.
Alright.
Catch up to them and follow them to the lake edge, and you see
I don't want
them.
to follow them to the lake edge.
Oh well, you
as soon
catch
as
up.
Yep.
I was gonna say you finally catch up with them just as they are dragging Gunner towards the lake edge where these 5 people are impaled on poles.
Sure. And is it just the 2 of them there?
He's flanked on either side.
Sure. Now, what are the rules for taking multiple shots? We can take up to 2 shots in a round with this.
So it means you do both shots with disadvantage.
All right, I'll do that. I'll try and put a bullet in each of them before they can react. So, the first one. That is a hard
Pass.
Oh,
pass.
All right, roll your damage and double it, please.
Nope. So that's 14 points of damage.
14 points of damage. All right.
And then
Bang! Take your second shot, and I'll tell you what happens.
all right, it's just a normal hit.
Yep. All right, roll your damage, please.
I'll get going.
Oh.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, shit.
We'll see what happens. And that's 10 points of damage for the second one.
10 points of damage. All right. Bang! Bang! You hit both of them. Fortunately, you don't hit them in the head. You hit them both in the back. They fall forwards, and they let go of Gunner. M1, before you leave, what do you do?
Good question. Well, Tom's just come and saved me, but I'm still screaming in agony. Can I have a quick detection to see if there's anyone else around me running into...
You've still got a gun, yeah?
You still got your gun.
Oh, and dynamite?
Wait, no, he dropped it on the floor back at the campsite.
Okay.
And I will say, guys, that there's only 10 minutes. There's only 10 minutes, like literally 10 minutes left to go in the scenario. So.
Alright. I could probably use a dynamite and just sink this bastard. Let's just get this shit over and done with.
Yeah, there is a dynamite. You have your dynamite. Would you like to light it and?
What do you reckon, guys?
It's up to you. I'm safe enough distance away that if you fuck it up, you're probably only going to kill yourself.
That's fine. I'm just going to do that. Throw some dynamite into where those 5
people are. Yep.
Yeah, and wherever the big sacrificial circle is, just dynamite.
All right. Make a strength check, please. Right. You light. Yep, that's a fail from him, I believe.
Wait, how much to fail though? Spend the luck.
2.
Yes,
Two.
then
All right,
luck.
spend 2 luck. Spend 2 luck.
Done.
You light the stick of dynamite as your 2 assailants have fallen to the floor, and then you throw it towards the 5 poles on the shore of the lake. The dynamite lands at the foot of one of the people, and then you see something terrifying. One of the people impaled begins to move, and he looks at you. They are all still alive. Man has just time to shout, "They're trying to lift something out of a pit. There's something terrible in the water. It's in us, spreading like a sickness. Please, you have to..." Bang! Dynamite blows up. And
Sorry, I didn't quite get that. Bang.
bang! The stick of dynamite explodes, dislodging all 5 of the pipes and sending the people strapped onto them scattering in all directions. A couple of them, when they hit the ground, twitch and try to crawl away, but then they cease to move. Both of you make send checks, please.
That is a pass.
That's a pass. 2 workmen slowly climb to their feet, and then Dan Cooper, make a dodge check, please. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, M2's just going, "Oh, damn, he done me, kind of messed me up."
As you look at the small crater on the edge of the lake and watch as the people who were impaled there crawl and twitch and die, the worker to your right climbs to his feet, and without warning, he flicks a penknife from his belt and flash!
Ooh.
Cuts tip of your throat. Are you still alive?
Ooh. 2 points left.
How many points?
2 HP.
2 HP. Then, beside you, you notice the other man climb to his feet. Dodge check again, please.
Oh, dodge check again. That one too.
Oh dear. Oh.
Push it,
Second-
Sam.
The second man, without climbing to his feet, grabs you by the ankle and he pulls you down. The man who slashed at your throat steps forward. He raises his knife and he says, will not prevent the ascension of our God." And then he plunges down with his knife.
Do I have an opportunity at this point to have been able to reload and to get another shot in?
Yes, you do. Make a dex check, please. A
Hard dex check.
A hard dex check.
Yeah, make a hard dex check, please. And I'm going to get him to make one.
25.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I can't spend the luck for that. Sorry.
And then stab! I'm going to roll the damage.
Oh, come on, make it a 1. Please do.
No,
2
just
points of damage. You watch as blood begins to gush forth from Gunner's slashed throat,
Can I, at the very least,
painting the sand
Sand
around
here?
him. And you do get your you get a shot off before the sand check.
that is a hard pass.
Roll damage, please.
No, that is 18 points of damage.
Oh. Bang. Monster that stabbed Gunner hit its head, and his head explodes in a spray of bone and brain matter. Other one begins to climb to his feet. He's far enough away from you. Shot.
Sorry? He's
Thank
that
you,
far.
shot.
Okay,
Far
sure.
enough. He's far enough away that you can
That's a hit.
roll for damage.
Uh, 15 points of damage.
Bang! You hit him in the chest, turning it into a large gaping hole. He falls backwards. Both are dead. Meanwhile,
Reload.
Liam,
Mm-hmm.
gain your senses and find yourself in an abandoned, empty cabin. Beside you sits a young girl, no older than 16. There is dried blood on the side of her mouth, and her face is white, terrified.
Ugh. Where the hell am I?
She looks at you and she says, oh, now we're doomed, because the artists that they captured, they had them here and then they took them to the lake and said they were going to turn them into servants of their god so that they could bring the crystal to him in the lake, and he begins to hyperventilate beside you.
Alright, calm down. Calm down. There's gotta be a way we can get out of this. What's in this room?
Look around. Make a spot hidden check, please.
Yep, pass.
See, a couple of things of note. The room is mainly abandoned. The floor is covered in dust. This cabin has been disused for a very long time. There are only two. There are
Sorry,
only
can
two
you
things that
repeat
catch
that,
your eye. This cabin has not been used for quite some time. The floor is covered in dust. There are a couple bundles of rope, presumably that were used to hold other prisoners. Leaning up against the back wall is an old Civil War era rifle. It has been badly maintained, but there is still ammunition in it, and it may be able to get off a shot. Beside it is a Civil War officer's cap and a small leather-bound book.
Well, I wouldn't be able to get a shot in with the rifle. I've got nothing in rifle and shotgun.
Could use it to blast the door open, maybe.
Oh yeah, that too. Okay, yeah, I'll do that and have a look through the book.
Right. So the first half of the book appears to be a type of journal. It's quite old. The pages are deep yellow color. Most of the entries appear to be unimportant. A day-to-day account of Civil War life, bad food, marching, endless tired feet, friends dying around you. The only one of the final entries seems to be of note. At last, our journey is over. We fled the army to escape with our lives and make a new start in Canada, but instead we have found that which we desire on the shores of a black lake north of Bennington. It called us here with the promise of life everlasting. It called us here in our dreams. It exists here and yet not here at the same time, remains trapped in a crystal prison from which it longs to be freed. It came here so many centuries ago upon a comet that broke apart and was scattered around our world. One such piece landed here with part of the crystal that keeps it bound. If we aid our God in finding the crystal and deliver it to the lake, our benefactor can destroy it, weakening the strength of the prison that binds it. One day it shall ascend to the stars, and we shall bask in its eternal gratitude and power. It is the one true God, the one true master over life and death. We go to join with it in the black waters of the lake. We go now to be made immortal by our new God. Gla'aki, may it be done. And the rest of the diary, the rest of the book consists of about 100 pages made up of scrawled notes of visions and dreams sent from Gla'aki to the writer. These will probably yield some interesting information, but you'll need several months to decode them, something you'll be able to do in the downtime of the campaign.
Well, if I survive.
If you survive.
Alright, so yeah, pocket the
So
notebook.
you have... The main thing you've learned from the diary is that the crystal that they are attempting to dig up and bring to the lake, if you can stop that from happening, you survive and escape with your life intact.
So, you can't cut out there, so pretty much stop them from digging up the crystal.
Stop them from bringing the crystal to the lake.
Oh,
And the crystal serves as a shard of Gla'aki's prison. When all the crystal shards that exist around the world are destroyed, Gla'aki will be freed. This is but one of them. But if they succeed in dragging it down to the lake and allowing Gla'aki to absorb the essence from it, it will be one step closer to ascension. And so your goal is clear. Ernest, are you making your way back to the dig site?
First things first, I am going to the remains of my departed compatriot, and I'm going to retrieve his camera, his gun, and his photos, and any
Right.
notes he might have on him.
He doesn't have his gun on him, but his camera miraculously is intact. You take it, and photos need to be developed, but assuming he did a good enough job at taking photographs, they will yield something of use.
It's what he would have wanted.
It's what he would have
for the
wanted.
greater good.
Also, in his coat, you find his notebook, which he was using to compile his notes on the investigation so far. In some quiet time, you may be able to look over them and glean some hidden insights.
Wonderful. And try and get a rough estimation of where I am, by landmarks and hills and stuff, so I can find his remains again, and then I'll depart back to the camp with my gun drawn and loaded.
Make an intelligence check, please.
Pass. Hard
Yes,
pass.
you managed to memorize a couple of landmarks near this edge of the lake, and you'll be able to find your way back. Okay, Liam, you are trapped in the cabin. You, as far as you're aware, Ernest managed to slip away, and it's possible he'll be able to come back and rescue you. Or you could attempt to free yourself.
Well, how big is the cabin?
About not too big. There's just enough room for maybe a bed and some furniture. So a small one-room cabin, probably used back in the Civil War for someone's hideout or a storage shed or something along those lines.
Alright, so, because, would there be enough room to, like, stick some dynamite in the door, light it, and run to the other side of the cabin without getting damaged?
You would possibly take some damage.
I was going to say, explosions in an enclosed space is a bad idea.
Well,
Yeah, it could potentially be quite dangerous if you do that.
yeah, as I said, just an idea. First I'll talk to the young girls going, alright, you've been here long enough. What the fuck is going on?
He says, my name is Jane Strong. My father sent a team here to survey the area so that he could put a reservoir here, but they found something. It was a blue crystal. Then these men, they emerged from the woods, Civil War soldiers. They captured all of the workers and took them to the lake. They told me this when they brought me here. I was captured by Sidney Harris and his gang, but 2 nights ago, those things attacked the hideout, and they brought me here. They said that tonight I would be taken to the lake and become one with their god, and that we would ascend together.
Wow, this is all kinds of fucked.
You sit there and see what happens. The sun begins to set. Ernest, you arrive back at the dig site after about 40 minutes of finding your way back from the lake. Everything is shrouded in shadow as the sun begins to set once more. The workmen are still hard at work putting together a pulley to extract something from the blast crater. But, given the low visibility, you may be able to make your way across the dig site.
How visible is the pulley from where I am?
It's visible enough that you can just make out vague outlines and shadows. Moving.
How hard a shot would it be to hit the pulley?
Quite difficult, but not impossible.
I'd like to try it.
All right.
So I'm far enough away that they won't exactly know where the shot came from, hopefully.
Yep. What rationale do you have for shooting the pulley? You've been told that what's it?
They've slaughtered my friend, so I know they're an enemy.
Yeah.
And my friend is either, and my other friend is either dead or captured.
And
so
you know that whatever they're doing here is of some importance.
Importance to them. So, if I destroy what they're working on, that will hopefully draw them out and give me a clear run to go save him or confirm his death.
All right. Make a hard firearms check, please.
Can I push it?
Yes, you may push it.
Oh.
And that is exactly a pass.
Oh, wow.
Okay. You raise your gun, you duck in the shadow of one of the trees on the edge of the campsite, fix the crank of the pulley in your sights, and fire. Bang! Crank breaks off, and you see the pulley collapse. A long length of rope snaps off and falls down into the hole. You hear something heavy hit the ground at the bottom. Thump! And the ground shakes almost imperceptibly. The three workers who are working on the pulley all immediately step back. They begin to look at each other, discussing something. One of them points towards the tree line, and the other two begin setting off to look for the assailant, while the one remaining begins to walk towards the foreman's cabin.
All right. I'm not going to stay put. I'm going to change my position in the tree line, so I'm basically flanking the city, sort of towards where we came in, but not exactly, like a bit before we get there, and then I'm going to try and sneak my way back into the town where I want to go.
Right. Make a stealth check, please.
Luckily, I took that. Oh. That is a hard pass.
Nice.
It's good. You wait until they fan out into the tree line, and then you quickly but carefully make your way across the dig site. Which cabin are you heading towards? The one that they escorted you to?
Starting from where they were. So starting from the foreman's cabin, working my way to the direction they were escorting us.
Right. You press up against the wall of the foreman's cabin. Chance a glance through the window, and you see one workman discussing something with the foreman. You then creep forwards. The next two cabins appear to be, respectively, a living quarters and a kitchen. Both of them look as if they've been unused.
I would like to set a stick of dynamite at the foreman's cabin.
Right, can do.
And something, put like a put it next to something that if I shoot it, like a bit of flinty stone or something, it'll strike a spark.
All right. This would require some luck to pull off without a hitch, but just the same, attempt a survival check, please.
It's a fail.
All right. Well, you'll have to rely on your luck here. You do the best you think you can. You place a stick of dynamite nearby the door, and you put a large rock next to it. In theory, if you're able to hit the rock, a spark might light the stick of dynamite, but it's going to require a bit of luck.
A lot of luck. Look, it's not a great plan, but it's if it's required, it's there.
Then make your way past the living quarters and kitchen, both of which look as if they've been unused for several weeks now. And finally, the fourth cabin, simply marked storage. You can hear movement inside. You can hear the voices of Tom Selleck and a young girl as they talk about something. You can't quite make the words out, but this is enough to tell you that they are in there. Door is latched, and a large iron padlock has been attached.
All right. I pull a sheet of, like, a bit of parchment out of my my knapsack, and I jot down on it and said, it's Ernest. Step back from the door, and I just slide it underneath the jam.
Yep. Okay, Liam, you see a slip of paper slide under the door. You pick it up, and it reads, "It's Ernest. Step away from the door. I'm going to get you out."
All right, little Missy, come on, to the back of the cabin we go.
Grab the girl, and as she breathes heavily, you push her to the back wall, and then you both press yourselves against it. Ernest, what do you do?
Gonna put a stick of dynamite next, wedge a stick of dynamite in the door jam, light it, and run for cover.
All right.
And have my gun ready.
Make a dex check, please.
80. Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
87.
Ooh.
Can I spend?
You can spend luck if you wish.
I will spend luck.
Right. You throw yourself down off the porch and run to the nearby kitchen. You wedge yourself against the wall behind it. Boom! The dynamite goes off. Liam, luck check, please.
Come on. That is a 16, so yes.
Yes. Luckily, you are far enough away from the door that the blast does not cause any damage, and the debris that is blasted away misses you and the girl. The girl can't help herself. She screams loudly.
I immediately cover her mouth.
I said, I think we're past that point now.
Outside, you hear someone shout, "Get them for Gla'aki!" You hear the sound of a cabin door being slammed open.
All right, I'm going to try and spring my hastily made trap of questionable
Right.
efficacy.
Here comes the final encounter music.
Oh no.
What would you like me to roll?
I would like you to do a hard luck check, please. Actually, I would like you to do a hard firearms check first.
That's a fail. Can I push it?
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh,
Fail.
shit.
All right, make a hard luck check, please.
No, I'm fail.
Fire. You manage to hit the large rock. A spark comes off it, but you feel your heart sink as it does not light the dynamite. The door to the foreman's cabin bursts open. A workman, the one who escorted you across the dig site, and the foreman come rushing out. Both of them see you. The worker reaches for a large wrench and begins running in your direction. The foreman raises a revolver and points it at you. Dodge check, please.
Him or me?
Pass.
Tom. Pass. All right.
Oh.
Bang! He misses. You throw yourself around the corner and you are in cover, but you can hear the footsteps of the other worker running in your direction. Meanwhile, on the periphery of your vision, 2 other workers, their forms merely shadowy silhouettes, running out of the tree line towards the cabins.
All right.
Liam, you can come out, you emerge out of the cabin into this chaos. What do you do?
Be like, well, this is a real fucking shit show. Do I, am I relayed the information about said trap?
No, you don't have time for that.
Alright,
However, make an intelligence check, please, and I'll give you an idea roll.
yes.
Okay. Something occurs to you, an idea. It's crazy, but it may just work. If you can get to that blasting hole in the middle of the dig site and destroy the crystal at the bottom, if Ernest can hold off his attackers for just long enough for you to destroy it and remove Gla'aki's influence, you may get out of this alive.
I'm guessing 3 sticks of dynamite would do the trick.
Perhaps.
Alright,
Have to trust it to luck.
Yep. Ernest, so just real shit situation we're in, but I just come up
Just-
with goddamn.
Just do what you gotta do.
Cover my ass, protect the girl.
Okay, you point towards the cabin where Ernest is sheltering. The girl covers her head with her hands and begins running towards it, breathing heavily. And then you begin sprinting towards the hole. Make a hard dex check, please.
Oh, come on. Okay, that's a 20. What is my dex? Yes, that is a hard one.
Okay, that's 1 less round that Ernest will have to wait. Ernest, hear footsteps. The worker brandishing the monkey wrench emerges from around the corner.
When I got into cover, before I had to have time to have an action.
Yes, you did. You were able to reload.
Cool. Actually, I didn't want to reload because I still have 1 shot, but what I would like
yes.
to do is apologize to the gods of Scotch and retrieve the bottle of Scotch and a piece of parchment from my rucksack.
The Scotch you ordered at the start of the game!
Yes, Molotov! Yes, Molotov!
Alright, you grab the Scotch, and you insert a piece of paper, and then, as the man brandishing the monkey wrench comes around the corner and begins slowly walking towards you, the monkey wrench raised in one arm above his head, what do you do?
He's close range, yeah?
Yes, he is.
Alright, I'm just going to try and put a bullet straight in his head.
Alright, firearms check, please.
That is a pass.
Woo!
Apparently you don't get them.
Come on, fail.
I was get a chance to duck for cover, but he fails. At the last moment, he notices you're about to fire, and he springs his legs over. Bang! You fire. Roll for damage as you hit him.
13 points of damage to the head.
Bang! Right in the head. His head explodes as he falls to the ground. Liam, make a dodge check, please.
Come on. Oh, that's a 7. Fuck yes.
Bang! You hear the foreman fire his revolver, but you keep sprinting. You're getting ever closer to the hole. Make another dex check.
Come on. That is a... what? Does it have to be hard? Or just normal?
Just normal.
Okay, that
normal.
is smack on my dex.
Alright. Alright. You arrive at the edge of the blast crater. but you'll have to wait until next round to do anything. Ernest, you hear footsteps, running footsteps as a worker runs across the dig site towards where you are currently hiding. In
So
his hand, he holds a pickaxe.
I'm going to light the impromptu Molotov, and then I'm going to lob it at where I have the dynamite.
Flick open the lighter, light the Molotov, and make a throw check.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Oh, come on, come on, come on.
Pass.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Us lean around the corner of the cabin and throw the Molotov. Hear a shatter of glass and the crackle of flames. Then you see the foreman as he points his gun at you, ready to take an opportunistic shot. Then, boom! The dynamite blows up. You hear the foreman scream and the thud of his body hitting the dirt. The man with the pickaxe continues slowly walking towards you. Liam, you are at the edge of the hole.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to light all 3 of my sticks of dynamite and just drop them down the hole.
Light all 3 sticks. 1, you light it. 2, you light it. 3, you light it. Make a throw check, please.
That is a 15.
15. You throw all 3 of them into the hole, and then you watch as they land on top of the blue crystal. Make a dex check, please.
Normal dex check.
Normal, please.
Okay, that is a hard pass.
Hard pass. You run away from the hole. You run away from the hole and then hit the dirt, throwing yourself head first to the ground to avoid the boom behind you.
Yeah.
Ernest, you watch as the man raises his pickaxe, about to strike down at you, when you hear a terrible explosion. The fire lights up the sky. The ground shakes, and then you see a great blue light spill forth from the hole like a beam light into the sky, lighting the clouds with a pale blue light. There is a terrible, terrible roar, something otherworldly, something you've never heard before. Then in the distance, on the edge of the lake, the both of you see something large as it begins to rise from the lake.
I'm just going to go ahead and roll sanity.
I will do it in a sec. A large...
Pass.
Yep, Liam's sanity check, please.
Yep. That's a pass.
A large, formless mass seems to emerge from the lake like a tidal wave, and then it looks towards the sky, and there's a flash of blue light that almost blinds you. And suddenly, all is silent. Open your eyes. Dig site is abandoned. Dead workers lie sprawled across it. The foreman's cabin is on fire, burning, his flaming corpse at the foot of the patio, burning into ash. The man with the pickaxe, he was standing, is but a pile of green powder at your feet, a pickaxe lying on the ground in front of it. Seem to have survived and have prevented Gla'aki from coming one step closer to resurrection this very night. You destroyed the crystal. At what cost? Okay. Both of you gain 2d6 sanity, please.
Ooh, 8. Nice. Crap, where's my thing? 5 plus 4, yeah,
Oh, 11 sanity. Awesome.
That puts me over my starting sanity. Is that okay?
It can't go over your POW.
Okay, so it's just back to 80.
So you just got sanities back at max. Okay. Both of you make luck checks now, please.
That is a 56 on.
Oh, that is a failure for me.
Right, Tom, you gain 1d10 luck, please.
Yeah, that was a fail on my one as well.
Both of you gain 1d10 luck.
Oops.
10.
Try that again. One ball of healing.
The fact that it actually rolls a d19. Okay, so 5 luck and 4 luck respectively.
6.
Okay.
Nice.
Each of you gains 15 points to disperse among your skills. Each of you gains 10 Cthulhu Mythos points.
Ooh, 10. Nice.
Yes. And in addition, Liam, you have the scrawled down notes of visions from Gla'aki that you may attempt to decipher during the downtime. And Tom, you later get Gunner's photos developed, and you find that the vast majority of them are in pristine quality, well framed, and showing their subjects clearly. And these disturbing images, along with his investigation notes, may provide further insight as to what you survived. If you would devote the time to decipher to studying them.
Ernest has discovered the next big game he must hunt.
Yes.
All right.
He knows, yes, the thing out in the lake. Yeah, so you bring the girl back to town in the early hours of the morning. You are hailed by the Bennington police as a hero, and Strong personally pays you both $5,000 each for bringing his daughter back.
Oh, I can't accept the cash.
Can't accept the cash, but Liam, you may add 1d20 to your credit rating.
Oh, hold on. 1d20.
Yep.
Roll 1d20. That's 11. So we'll just add 11 points to it.
The newspapers over the following couple of days run articles labeling you both as heroes who brought an outlaw gang to justice and rescued a kidnapped girl. Of course, they don't know the full story. And on sad note, newspaper, couple mornings after the whole affair, you notice on page 3 the story of a young boy discovered in the woods, his father murdered with a high caliber firearm, and the boy himself impaled through the chest with a large silver implement.
Oh no.
Sad.
And this leaves you both vowing to stop what you've seen, that thing you saw rising from the lake. This was but one aspect of it, and those crystal shards, there are more out there, and more who would be willing to commit atrocities in the name of the terrifying Gla'aki. That is the end of episode 1.
All right. Before that, I want to read the book now. Would I do stuff with it now?
Okay. So first of all, do a san check.
That's a pass.
Right. You lose 1d6 san for passing.
Oh Jesus. What would have been for fail?
2d10.
Oof. Okay. I'm glad it was just 4
These are
then.
raw. These are raw, fresh accounts of Gla'aki's visions and dreams, as experienced by his servants.
Alright, so I'm glad with that.
You gain 5 Cthulhu Mythos points, and you learn 2 spells: Dominate and Cloud Memory.
Alright, I'll talk to you off stream about that stuff.
And Tom, would you like to decipher the investigation notes and photographs?
Yes, I would.
Okay, sand check, please.
That is failure.
Alright, lose 1d6 San. Or disappear from existence, either or.
Sorry, I missed that part. You said sand.
1d6 San, please.
3.
3. And you gain 5 Cthulhu Mythos skill points, which means you should both be at 15.
Yes. That's actually pretty good, considering this is the first episode.
Yes. Well, as I alluded to in Facebook chat earlier, these 3 scenarios actually have a shitload of Mythos tomes in them.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. You've got the spells Dominate and Cloud Memory, which I'll explain to you at some point. And Tom, you don't have any spells, but you are gaining an understanding of what you went up against.
Oh, holy crap.
Yeah. So did you enjoy that?
I did.
Very much
That was a lot. That was fun.
Yes.
Always fun.
Yeah.
That was like, holy crap.
Next week's episode is entitled Devil's Swamp.
Down on the bayou.
Yep, down on the bayou, indeed.
Oh, that was awesome.
And-
Alright, I will
And the
finish this up, then I'll come back and talk to you about those spells.
Great.
Alright, and until
Yeah,
then, would you like
I'm
to say
gonna-
goodbye to the chat?
And I'm going
Goodbye,
to tag
chat.
out. I'm going to tag
Tom.
out. I've got to go to work
Have a,
tomorrow.
have a good night, Tom. I'll talk to you later in the week.
See you.
I'll be
See you,
back.
buddy.
Yeah.
See you, Tom. Alright, guys, there you go. I actually thought I was going to die that one, but Tom Selleck is now from Tom Selleck PI to Tom Selleck Magic PI. So that was a lot of fun, and all 15 Mythos points in episode 1. Holy crap, that is awesome. And yeah, now I've got $5,000 and increased credit rating, more points to spend. Fuck yeah, this was a lot of fun. Tune back next Friday for episode 2 of the final revelation of Gla'aki. But hopefully I should be back tomorrow for a regular stream. Who knows? I still have to decide what I want to play. But until then, if you like what you see, please hit the sub, follow, like, hit the everything. Come join me on the Discord if you want to stay up to date of when I'm streaming. And if you know any friends who love this type of thing, who just want to tune out and just listen to an amazing story, our DM is a fantastic storyteller, please refer them to this. And ahoy Intoxic Gamer, and fuck you at the same time. But yeah, refer your friends if they love this type of stuff. It is awesome. God bless you all. This is great. And now I'm just rambling, so I'm going to end. I will see you guys sooner rather than